Microphones are now live. Just really quickly getting the giveaway going, because we do have one. As a matter of fact, we've got 2 gift cards to give away today. All right. Good morning and welcome everybody to the Summer of Siege continues here on the TTRPG Theater, and let us go straight to seeing all the lovely faces we have this morning, because we're running a little bit behind, but that's fine. Not the biggest of deals. This morning we are doing something new on the channel. Actually, I think I've run one game before, but I don't remember if I did it here or if I did it for somebody else. We are playing Amazing Adventures. The basically pulp fiction, not to be confused with the movie, more like the old style comics. Think things like Indiana Jones. Think Lovecraftian comics. All the weird, all the action adventure. Think of old school Private Eye. Private Eye stuff. And we've got a mix of that here today. We've got an adventure called Don't Fear the Ripper. I mean, there might be a clue as to something you might be dealing with, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, a couple of notes. This Amazing Adventures is by Troll Lord Games. Troll Lord Games is a fine sponsor of this channel, and as such, we also have a giveaway. We have 2 $10 digital product coupons, good for any digital product off of the Troll towards any digital product on the Troll Lord Games website. Including Amazing Adventures, which we are playing the newer release that came out. So we're gonna have some fun with this, and of course, this is the perfect time for the stream to take an ad break. I really hate that. Oh my goodness, So yeah. So a couple of notes. We are going to start with. There's going to be a little dream sequence that's going to begin, and one of our characters is going to be the recipient of the dream sequence. So one of the things I'm going to note is the assumption is going to be, in order to help speed things up, there's going to be a point where you're just basically going to explain the dream sequence to everyone, what you experience to everyone else. Your characters have some interesting abilities. You have, if you decided to pick a background, and even if you haven't decided, if you want to come up with some kind of background for your character, this is set in 1939 in New York City. We're going to place this in New York City because I think it's an interesting locale for this. It's a city, we're going to go with like Aprilish. So it's still a bit cold, blustery. The country or the world is less than 6 months away from war. Things are getting dicey, and the U.S. at this point is still trying to stay out of it as much as possible. They got isolationists, but that doesn't mean that there aren't problems. There are lots of problems, especially for you, the members of the Brotherhood of William St. John, an adventuring guild that deals with the weird, to the point where the local police often bring you in when things get a little too weird for them. You've seen some pretty horrific stuff in your time there, and just trying to deal with all that and trying to keep your heads on straight. It can be a tough assignment, but the guild pays well. You have, they do supply you with the things that you need, including a location for y'all to hang out as needed or do your own thing. You're not full time. You're not there full time. You're basically called as necessary. Lord Gazumbo, good to see you this morning, sir. Had a good time yesterday playing on JStream. Um, so, with that said, I would point out the fact, like I said, you have characters with a bunch of different abilities and different backgrounds and such. Think about how you'd want to use those backgrounds when the time comes, because uh, you have the city at your disposal. Obviously, this being the 1930s, communications are not what they are today. There are telephones. Some places may still only be reachable by telegram. But there are telephones. There is a mass transit system. You can get around the city. But you have contacts. You have your things to go through. Don't be afraid to use them, and you don't have to worry about not having written anything down. Make it up. We're good. All right. So let's start, and let me get to the appropriate thing. Um. Oh, it would help if I let you guys announce who you are, wouldn't it? Can you tell that my coffee hasn't quite sunken in yet? You're all just sitting there, nice and politely. I love you all, but let's do this. Let's start at the top with the man who's actually first suggested doing this. So, Bob, it's your fault.
That's okay. I'll take the blame. That's all good.
And I'm happy you did. Those of you may know him as Doc Shoulder. Tell us who you are and who you're playing.
Sure. I am Bob or Doc Shoulder on Twitch and whatnot. I am playing his name. I named him the Professor. So kind of like, Madonna or Prince. He just goes by the Professor. He's like a mid-30s math professor at NYU. He grew up immigrant family from Italy. He was really smart and uh, he was precocious for his age, and his personality was that he was unwilling to get too close to people in general that he knew, so friends or even his family, just the fear of because of them learning what his supernatural powers are. He is a mentalist by class in the game. He graduated high school at 13 and college at 18 and his PhD at 21. And for the past 10 years, he's been faculty at NYU in the math department. Um, his focus has been game theory and understanding kind of someone's next thoughts or actions, as he's been capable of this since he's been a little child. And he's always had this underlying feeling that he can predict bad things happening in the future and never acted on them. And so at this point in his life, he's finally come to the point where he has to do something about that. And that's why he's joined the crew here to be able to do something about that.
All right. Next up, we have the she is everywhere, man. I mean, everywhere I turn, it is the this is the summer of Siege. This is the year of Coco Bunny because Courtney, you really are everywhere. Tell us a little about yourself and who you're playing.
Yeah, so I do play, like Rob said, I'm everywhere. I'm on like 10 other channels, it feels like, playing either D&D, CMC, whatever we're playing at the time. But happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm playing Vivian Dreadbane, or VV for short. She is a duelist. Her or her trade by night, her trade by day, she's a politician. So that ought to say a lot. But, her being a politician, she ought to have, the ins and outs of what's going on in the world at the time, anything evil, anything bad, anything, not really, supposed to be happening. And, she joined this group to be able to give the group information that they possibly need and, take care of all the evil in the world.
All right. And next up, we have we have a pair that from their work with Roll for Perception, and Blue Box before that. Let's start with we know her as Theater Evie. Evelyn, tell us who you are and who you're playing.
Yes, I'm Evelyn Jakimiak. We are Roll for Perception. And though we're on a bit of a hiatus right now, I still do some professional DMing. And today I am playing Valerie St. Clair. She's a socialite. Grew up in New York City, member of the St. Clair family. She considers herself a very serious artist until she got into illustrating children's books along with her partner, and they have been sort of delving into that. She does most of the talking and likes to get everyone out of sticky situations and kind of smooth things over as best as possible, as often as possible.
Nice. And we also have on Twitch, Ms. Machic, Terry.
Yes, Terry Jakimiak. My character is Kunde. He is a Zen archer, partner to Evelyn's character, a writer, and not much of a huge talker. Prefers to let Evelyn's character do most of the talking for him.
Nice. And finally, we have a pair of people who've somewhat new to the community, but I had the actually I'm actually kind of tickled because we're playing online with 6 people spread out literally throughout the country, and I can say that I played games in person with all 6 people here, which is kind of really just cool. But I had the chance to play with this pair at GaryCon for the first time this past year. And we'll start with on Twitch's GM Chris 1972.
Hey, how y'all doing? It's Chris. My character's name is Bruno. Basically, he was brought up in the family business, um, being trained to be a hitman. Uh, he was eventually, he did his things about 10 years old. He'd already killed a couple people. Um, his family was assassinated. Uh, Brianna character's father adopted me, kind of gave me a code to live by. So that's pretty much what I do now. I follow her around, take contracts to expel the evil in the world nowadays.
Awesome.
I'm a gunslinger. Sorry.
That's all right. No problem. So and Lakeisha, what do can you make clarify what your character's name is, because it said Brennan on, and I want to make sure. Okay, I want to make sure that was right and just not a because I want to make sure that I didn't get that confused there. Go ahead, tell us a little about yourself and the character that you're playing.
Did I do that right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello, I'm Keisha. I'm new to this. And my character is an investigator. And her background is that she was a cop and her dad went missing or possibly dead. She hasn't been able to find him. So she wasn't happy with how it was being investigated. So she retired basically, and she's now a private investigator. I'm getting an echo, so I'm waiting for myself to stop talking.
Oh, if you're watching the stream, mute the stream. You can mute the tab that it's in, or
Go to the other one.
Okay. How do I do that?
if you've got it in the tab, if you right click on the tab, there should be an option to mute the tab.
Okay. Yeah, that feels better. Um, yeah, and so in between her PI jobs that she takes, she's basically a journalist. She freelances journalists and sells her stories when she can to make money in between her PI jobs.
Okay, excellent.
And that's basically her.
All right. Hey, Jetman, good to see you this morning. So, let's see. Thanks, Harry. I got it. All right. We're going to start this with hold on a second. Where is it? We start with the nightmare. The professor, your dreams have been troubled the last, the last few days, and they've gotten more vivid. And this particular night, you find yourself really troubled. You find yourself almost watching as events play out that you are there but not a part of, unable to lend a hand, unable to stop it. It's almost as if you're watching a movie in your mind, and you feel that it's actually happening. Your brain tells you that it's actually happening, but you don't know where, you don't know who. All you know is that there's this girl hurtling through the city streets she'd walked so many nights before. He was following her, slowly, his steps echoing with an ominous ring through the alleys and avenues. She could almost feel his smug confidence, that he would catch her and that it was only a matter of time. But she wouldn't, no, couldn't let that happen. She had to live, had to get away to tell someone, her sisters on the streets, that there was a new danger now. She'd seen hellhounds, vampires, children that turned into monsters, things that would make most people crazy. Most people, however, didn't live on the streets, didn't eke out a meager living selling their malnourished bodies to anyone who had an extra $50. She was probably already crazy, truth be told. Her and most of her street sisters, too. Crazy or not, though, she'd seen them all, even had a few clients and survived. But this wasn't anything like a vampire feeding off an opium-addled working girl. This was death incarnate. She turned down an alley, clutching her chest. Each breath came as a battle, but now she forced herself to keep moving. It was only fear now that kept her going. The footsteps turned the corner behind her. The alley was almost pitch black, covered with a coating of black grease that gleamed in the slivers of moonlight that pierced through. She bobbed and weaved under fences, piles of refuse, through narrow gaps into other alleys. She knew the city, even without being able to see clearly. That's why it came as such a shock when she ran face first into a brick wall and fell, dazed to the ground. He was upon her before she could get up. The knife appeared from the folds of his archaic coat, a flash in the full moon. It rose above the killer's head as he kept her down and squatted down close. "But wait," she whispered, "you're not even a—" The knife came down and across, nearly severing her windpipe and vocal cords. It took seconds for her to lose consciousness, minutes for her to die, the killer basking in the released essence as it flowed out of the dead body, immersed in the absorbing of the power held within, and wishing to be like the master. A sense of bliss and calm washed over the Ripper, and a soft fatherly voice rang out through the alley. "You've done well, Jack. Now return home and sleep." Jack stood and walked from the alley, aware that the tomorrow would bring the sleep of death once again, but the night would come soon enough, and with it more service to the master. Miles away in the wealthier sections of the city, a red-headed beauty sits bolt upright in bed, soaked with sweat, tears streaming down her face. "Not again," she sobs. "Please, goddess, not again." And then, on the other side of town, Professor, you also sit bolt upright in your bed, knowing that until the murders stop, you'll continue to be plagued with these horrible dreams. And you wonder for the 1,000th time if those mentalist powers of yours are a blessing or a curse. And with that, you reach for a phone and dial a number and start the process of getting the gang together. So, there is a local cafe that the group is brought together in, called Cafe Arcana. It's a bit of a front for the organization. It is a working cafe, but you've got a little space in the back. When you don't want to deal with the deal with things at the guild hall. And it's here that you also use it to meet with a contact of yours, a police officer named Joe Mackey. As we call it, Vivi, your character. Vivi knows Joe from her time on the force, and Joe has come to understand that you're part of an organization now that deals with the weird, and when the professor tells you what's going on and that there's something dark happening on the streets of the city, it's time to check in with Joe. And sure enough, he lets you know that he will be meeting you all there. We can start while you're waiting for Joe to arrive. If any of you want to have a conversation with regards to the things that the professor tells you, I will, answer any questions that may come up.
So the professor talks to, so Vivi is the one that she's got her experience of being on the police force. In the
Yeah,
past.
she said she's an ex-police officer, so she still has contacts on the force.
Okay.
Which is, and remember that, because that's actually important for the purpose of, your investigations.
So the professor's going to ask Vivi. He describes again the scene to her, the last one that he just got the crew together, and describes like the whereabouts of the location, and he forgets where Vivi used to be a local patroller when she was a police officer, and asks, does any of this, I forget, Vivi, where were you? Where did you used to, in New York, where was the local area where you used to patrol? Was it
Uh,
downtown?
If you want to say generally, like downtown, uptown.
yeah. Mainly downtown.
So the professor like describes the area to her. And Rob, would she have any knowledge with regards to the?
Oh, wait a second. Did I get the wrong character that was with the part of the police force?
Yeah, I'm a politician.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm sorry. It was Brennan. It was Brennan. Brennan was the one that was part of the police force, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Scratch that. Yeah. As far Vivian might have other contact. Well, you have other contacts because of the politician side of things. So you may have access to information that the others don't.
Hmm.
But let go. I'm sorry, Brennan. Go with that.
So I guess my
Figure you were
Rob,
mostly downtown, like on the Lower East Side.
would she have any knowledge with regards to like the area or location?
The location. Give me Jay. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate it. And you happen to hit pretty much three. Basically a little over half the party, or actually you did hit half the party. That worked out well. Brandon, do me a favor. Give me a wisdom check. So roll 20-sided die. Add your wisdom, your total wisdom modifier to it, and let me know what you get.
$17.
All right, excellent. And is that a prime for you or not?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So yeah, you listen to the description that he gives you, and when he's describing the types of events that have been happening, and again, you've been very tuned into. You still have friends on the force. You still are kind of tuned into what's going on there. You're pretty sure it's like the Lower East Side. Um, that's been where there's a real concentration of not just murders and other things have, but really pretty grisly stuff and just all kinds of things where the cops are just not happy to go because of it.
So the professor then does then ask Vivi, knowing that she kind of works in that space, if she has any friends that live down in that area of the city.
Oh, you want to ask the politician now?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because Vivi is now the politician, correct?
And
Yeah.
Yeah, get
feel
control-
free to make up anything on that end, however you want to handle that question.
I don't have any close personal coworkers in that area, but they do have some friends who live in that area who have, been hearing some things been happening in the middle of the night, and they have brought it to their attention, and they have brought it to my attention, so that the government is very aware of what's going on.
All right. It is, unless anyone else has any, no worries about. Go ahead and step away if you need to. It is right about that time, unless anyone has any further questions. That Joe makes an appearance. He's not alone though. When he arrives, he's got a young woman with him, who, frankly, she looks like she's she's definitely had a hard life. She's her face is very, very thin. She has definitely not been getting enough food. Her clothes are completely out of date and threadbare. Wearing way too much cheap makeup, and you can see that Joe's basically half guiding her in, half keeping her from falling. She's has a blank look, something of a blank look in her eyes, staring into, somewhat staring into the middle distance. When she does actually focus, her eyes dart about as if worried about some danger unseen, potentially jumping out at her. He finally brings her over, and says hello to the group. He's met you all at various camps. He knows Brennan really well, but he's had to deal with, and he's given you a number of cases over the years. Thanks for thanks for bringing, letting me know that you've taken an interest in this case. This is this is Nancy. She might have some information that is pertinent. And he helps her sit down, and she's she looks really, really nervous. He goes and gets a cup of coffee for her, bringing it over, and before she even says a word, she takes a large sip of it, putting it down, and she looks at all of you, clearly on the verge of crying. You can see that her makeup is tear stained. She's definitely been crying a bit, and she seems like she's just on the verge of breaking down again. And she just starts mumbling, Joe said you'd help. You've got to do something. You've got to stop this. And her breath quakes a bit, and she goes, he killed Ellie. He killed my friend. He's gonna kill again. He's gonna kill us all.
So just for the rest of the party who doesn't know, who is he?
The killer. They whoever the killer is, and um, it Joe says he's and Joe listens and he says he's been targeting prostitutes. He's been the most vulnerable, those who don't have any protection, those working for themselves. It it's been pretty bad. It's been really bad.
So the professor asks, actually doesn't ask Joe, and her name, the woman's name is
Nancy.
Nancy. Ask Nancy. Nancy, do you recall anything of what your killer looked like, or was it too dark? Did you have any idea of what he was dressed in, or
Oh no,
anything?
it wasn't. It wasn't her. It's her friend was the victim.
Oh, it was her friend that was the victim.
Yes.
Or did she have
Um,
any?
Give me a wisdom check.
11 plus 14, 25.
You're getting this feeling as she's talking about, you're getting this very, very familiar feeling.
Like a familiar feeling, like I know what this person, or
Like you've been dreaming, and your dreams may be connected.
I'll say based on that feeling, can I have do I have an idea of what this person looks like, or no, from my dreams?
That's well. I'm trying not to give it completely away. I mean, maybe, but she hasn't seen the killer.
Okay. Um,
However, there's something that you've seen.
I've seen her friend that was killed.
And she doesn't know this.
Oh, she doesn't know that her friend has been killed?
Well, no, she knows her friend's been killed, but she doesn't know. She doesn't know how. She's not. She's trying to basically get some sense of whether or not you all can help. The fact that the fact that you saw it might lend some credence to it.
So I'll describe to Nancy what I saw.
And her eyes go wide. They grow large and go wide. And she's like, that was Ellie. That's what we found. You all can help. You're going to help, right? Please tell me you're going to help. We can't take much more of this. The cops aren't helping. Joe's told me some of the things that you can do. This isn't normal. This is evil. This is so evil. Anyone else would like to ask her any kinds of questions? Or even you can also ask Joe. Actually, let me clarify. You can also ask Joe questions. He's the cop on the case.
I would like to ask Joe a question.
Sure.
Phoebe will look at Joe and she will ask, so what have you done so far regarding this particular case? What evidence have you found?
Well, these are the things that we, one of the things that we know is, it's kind of weird. We've been trying to build a profile, and the profile we keep coming back to seems kind of impossible because, or at least a copycat or something even weirder, because the closest thing that we can match is Jack the Ripper. And was what, close to 100 years ago, and in London.
So you're saying we have a copycat of Jack the Ripper in our city? Is that what you're telling me?
I hate to say it because there's a couple of things. It doesn't quite match the profile. The originally the Ripper was known to not only slit their throats but remove certain parts, and he decides to not go any further with that description. This is not that. This is different. This is, while this is seems to be a little ritualistic. This one, this one just removes eyes and the heart.
Can he tell us?
And
Oh, sorry, Coco.
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, can he tell us about anything about any of the other murders? Like in terms of where they were, or is there anything different between the other murders and this one?
No. What is kind of strange is normally when we have this kind of thing, there is a building pattern. But for this, the pattern seems to have been the same. It's as if he started this killing spree fully with a full knowledge of what it was he was going to do.
Has he left any type of calling card behind at the scene?
Other than the fact that he uses the same blade every time and removes the same organs every time and chooses the same type of victim every time. Nothing like a note or anything, or a flower or a card or something. He's just very, very precise about what is done.
And it's the eyes and what else?
The heart.
And how many of them? How many victims have there been?
We think there have been at least 4. There may be more.
And for how long has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 3 weeks now.
And is it always happening in the same place or close to the same place?
The same general area. We think he is also a bit opportunistic. If he happens to find someone who matches the pattern and seems to be the same type of at risk, he will at some point take advantage of it.
And he always hunts at night, correct?
At night, and oddly, under a full moon.
And then, is it always from a location? Is it always outdoors?
Yes.
I mean, always outdoors.
Yes. There's always a bit of it appears that there's always a bit of a chase.
Is there parts of like the area of where New York where there's more prostitutes where he might decide to lurk, and for us as a group to get information of where we might start?
With the area that that Nancy works has been a bit busy. A lot of the poor have been congregating in that area. Those who have lost everything and are doing whatever they can to get by. It's really terrible down there.
Can he give
And
us?
it's only
Go ahead.
sorry. And it's only prostitutes he's going after. Nobody else.
For so far, yes. Anyone else have any questions that they'd like to ask? I want to make sure that everyone gets a chance.
The only other question I was is were they leaving from seeing somebody, or were they going to see somebody, or were they just like hanging out in the area waiting for someone and they
As far as we know, they were waiting. All the when we tried to get some answers from the others, most were reluctant to say anything, understandably so. But it seems that they were all, all of these turn late at night, and no one can be certain when the last time they saw each of the victims, those who actually knew the victims.
Do they have the same look, same color hair, same body shape?
No, he doesn't seem to. He doesn't seem to have a preference for as far as physical profile, just profession and those who are the most vulnerable, those who are isolated, working by themselves.
We know when the last full moon was and when the next one is going to be.
The last full moon was actually the previous night. You've got a bit for the next full moon, so hopefully you've got some time before it goes again.
Okay.
He does caution that we think the full moon is a part of it, but our concern is that would mean the killer may be getting to more than one per night. Obviously.
Well, why did you think the full moon was a part of it?
Well, there was definitely a full moon last night, and one of the other one of the other people who was willing to speak to us said that they remembered there being a full moon the night the person went missing. So we've got that loosely tied to the theory. That part is not really set in stone.
Yeah, but if you can't tie it to all four victims, I would say it's very loosely tied.
That's fair. That's fair.
Does Joe have any, the professor asked Joe if there's any people that are witnesses that haven't been killed? Meaning, is there any other witness of what's gone on besides the four victims of, who this person is and myself in terms of the visions that I've had?
When we asked residents about it, the one of them didn't have a lot of information, but they did mention that they had seen a person who was carrying around a rather strange blade. They didn't get a good look at the person. Was wearing a heavy coat, but just happened to notice in it flashing in the street light, that the person, it looked like they had a blade in their hand, and rather weird looking. And they quickly decided to get out of the area. They did not look any further. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get really much of a description other than the fine old style coat and the fact that there was a blade that I've never come across before.
And can Joe
Um,
go ahead, go.
Vivi will look at the professor and she will ask, well, you said you've seen a vision of this one. Have you seen a vision of the other ones? And do you keep seeing the same thing?
The professor sits and thinks, and then he's gonna, I guess, Rob, you're gonna make me make a roll.
The one last night was the first one that came in clearly. And at the mention of it, it does come to mind that you do remember that the blade was interesting. It was a very specific type of dagger, a Chris dagger, um, often used in magical rituals. And the reason it is so it stands out to you is because the blade, instead of being a straight long blade, it has a waviness to it. So it would leave a different pattern.
Does anyone, the professor asked Bruno, does this make any sense with your history of your prior history of your current profession, that you've heard of this type of blade being used and where we might find one?
They're talking to
Right.
you.
Chris?
Chris,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's all right.
What was that?
I said, so the professor asks whether or not he has any knowledge of this type of blade being used in other killings, and where he might be able to, or we might be able to find one to be able to purchase one, given this is within your realm of what you do, and potentially we might be able to go and find the location of where this was purchased, and therefore maybe get a description of the person that's doing the killings.
Yeah, so I'm sure I have a shop or a cultist weaponry place that I could go to.
Bruno, give me an intelligence check.
So is it all the way to the right or just the modifier?
Add your full modifiers to it.
Okay, so it'd be a 25, and it's
All right.
prime.
I was gonna say, yeah, that'll do prime or not prime. Yeah, you know that this kind of blade, there is a pawn shop that is known for selling weird, really weird weaponry. It's the kind of stuff that no one else will handle. He's the guy who runs it is named Waldo, and he's a little suspect. He kind of ask no questions, give no answers type person. But you're pretty sure if anyone would have information about this kind of blade in town, he's probably the person to talk to.
Okay. We can head that way if y'all want.
I'm done asking questions, so I think I have all I need.
Quick question for is any of I know Evelyn, your character was writing books,
She illustrates them.
illustrates books.
Mhm.
Is any of you have any of your characters have a low a history buff or just reading type thing? All right, not a big deal. All right, yeah. Again, you do know that Waldo, who is up in Midtown, a few blocks off of Broadway. He'd probably be the person to talk to. So Joe's like, so can I assume that you're all going to take the case?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. I will I will do my best to run interference for you so that local law enforcement doesn't give you an issue. And I appreciate it. I'm going to see if I can get get Nancy some help in the meantime and get her off the streets. At which point she's profusely thanking all of you. Her eyes are filled with tears. Just the whole she basically breaks down, but feeling a lot safer. All right. With that, shall I assume that you're all going to Waldo's?
Yes.
All right. So Waldo's shop is definitely definitely for the unusual. The shop has all kinds of equipment from weapons to pieces of armor. There's in the shop there's even a full set of what looks to be plate mail assembled. A number of different daggers, swords. There's even a battle axe hanging over, basically over the wall on the wall behind him. He's a thin man, thick rimmed glasses. Looks to have a perpetual scowl on his face, as from the moment you walk in the door. What can I do for you?
Good to see a friend.
We're looking to see if you know
Of any
Chris, suddenly I can't hear you. Suddenly I
Me?
couldn't hear you at all. Yeah, you were cutting in and out.
Is that any better?
It's a little better.
It's doing that to me too.
Maybe
Yeah.
mute yours.
Okay. I heard that. Go ahead.
I described the guy as he described it.
Now
If you
I lost
heard
it.
of it, or
I'm assuming you're asking about the dagger.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why are you asking? I might have, but before I answer that, I'd like to know what why you want to know.
somebody's using it in a very unfavorable manner.
Listen, I mean, I just sell these things. I can't be responsible for what people do with them afterwards.
We're not holding you responsible.
And he's looking at the six of you. He's like, you sure about that? Because the fact that you've got two guns on your hips, and I don't know if Kunde is carrying his bow around with him.
It's hidden under his cloak.
Yeah. He's not sure what Kunde is packing, but it's the fact that his cloak is kind of almost like a humpback on. It's kind of is kind of throwing him off, and the looks that he's getting from the women are not reassuring him at all.
I mean, I didn't tell anybody I got my witchbane bullets from you.
All right. You got me there. You understand that I just don't want to do anything that hurts the business, right? I've it's hard enough living out here. I've got to protect what I've got. So the blade. You want to know who bought it?
Yes.
eh, he he goes and he thinks about it. He's like, wait, a blade. Um, and he goes and shows you a picture, and Professor, you're immediately able to tell that yeah, this is the blade in question. He goes, well, the chick who bought it, yeah, I remember her. Pretty girl, red hair, green eyes. But one of them new age freaks. No offense if any of you are new age freaks. All into candles and incense, probably drugs too. You know, no offense, mind you, but you know the ones. I mean, too much money not to know what to do with, so they start playing pretend with the bougie. Personally, I don't like all those ghosts and goblins crap. I mean, if I'd known that knife was some sort of magic symbol, I never would have bought it. Why? Just the other day, I turned away a guy trying to sell an old Ouija board. But ain't none of my business. I figure. Customer's a customer, weird or not. And that thing is full of ghosts or something. Best I got rid of it, right?
Yeah.
You said a female bought the knife, not a
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah. I'm not gonna lie. She was a knockout, way out of my league. But, you know, that's not to say I didn't take a shot, but you know, guys got to
Did sh-
try.
Did she come in specifically asking for something like this?
She was pretty sure she knew what she wanted. Uh, don't get me wrong. She seemed harmless. But you know, you never can tell. I mean, with the kind of drugs these people are taking these days, weird stuff really can happen. I don't think she's capable. You mentioned killing. I can't imagine. I can't imagine her doing that. But you never know. I guess. I figured she just wanted it for her collection. You know, she looks like the type of to collect weird occult stuff. You know, the them wanting to be witches and things like that.
Well, it's not being used for any type of collection. We can say that at least.
Well, all right. Yeah, no, I guess not. No, I'm sorry to hear. I mean, you know, it'd be a shame to find out, you know, a pretty girl like that is actually a killer. I mean, just that's something awful.
Was she looking for anything else?
No, that was it. She knew exactly what it was she wanted, and um, I I mean, listen, you know, she paid cash, and you know, didn't even try to talk me into a bank check. Just wanted had straight up cash ready for it. She knew its value. She knew everything that she needed to know.
The professor asks him, was that blade in a box or a sheath or some type of something that was holding it? And if he asks if he still has that, meaning that she just took the knife and whatever it was actually housed in was left there.
It did have a it did have a sheath, but to be honest with you, I don't think that was the original. I think it was just something to hide the blade portion of it. It the blade itself was way too nice for this. I mean, it looked to be made of silver from bronze handle. It had, I mean, look at this picture. I mean, it's ornate carvings. It might be some kind of native carvings. To be honest with you. I she again I have to say she knew more about the blade than I did. So, you know, when she told me how much it was worth, I just believed her and let her pay it.
Does he still have the sheath that it came in, or did she take it?
She took that with her.
And then because he's in this pawn shop, is there any other does the blade have like a sister blade? something that's like that's almost identical that came with it, and she only wanted one of them.
Nope. No, she just it was the one blade, and she was on it.
Did she say if the blade had a name to go with it? Did she call the blade by a name, or did she just describe it to you to see if you had it?
Well, that's kind of the weird thing. I she came when she came in, and I know I'd never seen her before because again she's kind of a hard face to forget. Um, she knew I had the blade for sale. I don't know how she knew I had the blade. It had only I had only purchased it. It had only added it to the collection a week before, and I can't say I remember anyone else taking a look at it. She didn't. She didn't ask me if I had one. She asked for it specifically. I sense deep thoughts.
Just a little. But she
Anyone else?
didn't call it anything specific. She didn't put a name to it.
No, no. If she had a name for it, she did not mention it to me.
Did she give you a name for herself?
Oh yeah, I mean, I do keep records of these things, and I'm normally I would keep this to myself, but you mentioned a murder, and I don't need I don't need the police or anyone else here up in my business. So the name is Dana Green, and he looks over and looks through a couple of pieces of paperwork. Yes. And he writes down, scribbles down an address for you. She's on the upper west side. She's got an estate up there, I believe, or it's one of those hoity-toity places. They're something that hasn't been overtaken by the rest of the city yet. She might actually have some space to herself.
Does he still?
Just in case we need,
Sorry, Chris.
Just in
just in case we need it, can we get the person's info that sold it to him?
Can you what?
The person that sold it to him, his information.
It came in as part of a collection. I mean, that one I need to keep because that is one of my primary brokers, and this was not a one-off sale from him. So unless it really becomes necessary, I prefer to keep that information to myself.
Well, to me, it sounds like a black market deal.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm running a pawn shop here. This is.
Well-
ma'am, no offense, but this is not a five and dime. I mean,
Well, this is also what you get when you deal with the black market. You don't really technically know what you're getting yourself into.
that's why I'm being helpful. I let you know who I sold it to, and I mean, the person who sold it is, assuming she's the one who did the murder or someone who did the murder with that blade. It's if it happened, in that time, she'd be the one to ask. I don't think the person who sold it to me had anything to do with it. I'd protect them until we've got you got some reason to believe that they're involved.
So another question. You said that this came as a part of a collection. Do you still have the rest of the collection, or have you sold that off?
As a matter of fact, I do. There are several pieces there. They're all from London, from the late 19th, mid to late 19th century. Various pieces.
Do you mind if we look at them?
Sure, absolutely. And you know he, what do you call it? He shows you the various things. There are. It's a mishmash of stuff. There is an old pocket watch. There is there's an old pistol. One of what do you call one of the earlier revolvers. There is a thing we call it a little model showing the opening of the London Bridge, or actually I should say the Tower Bridge. It's quite an interesting collection, all really London themed. Was there anything in particular you were looking for in there?
I was just seeing, you kept saying it was part of a collection. I was seeing if you had the rest of the collection and if it had a type of theme to go along with it.
Huh. Well, yeah, it does occur to me that this is all. Well, this would all of these pieces were around the time of the Jack the Ripper murders, I think.
Yeah, that was very easy to establish.
I'm glad it was easy for you.
Can I, so the professor takes the watch, the pocket watch that's there,
Mhm.
and he grabs it and looks at it, and he tries to be able to get some idea of maybe who the prior owner of this was, because it's part of the same collection that the dagger came from.
You have any mentalist skills that might lend to that?
Yeah, so can I use my clairvoyance to be able to do that?
Sure. What the hell?
Okay.
Let's go for it.
So that's a intelligence roll. And it's yeah, it says that challenge level is 0. So and that's 6 plus 12, 18, and that's a primary.
All right.
So it says, is known as remote viewing. Clairvoyance allows psychic to see people, places, or things from far from their current location. Maybe the clairvoyance may be focused upon a location or an object, as well as a person. Rules of familiarity still apply. However, if the psychic makes a successful roll, they may use any psychic powers they possess as though the target were in direct line of sight.
As you're concentrating on the pocket watch, you find yourself quasi transported back to London. Looking around though, you think it's later than the 18th century. Something about it, looking around, some of the changes. It's just a feeling that you have, but you find yourself looking at a body of a man, and you see in your hand you've got a pocket watch, but you don't recognize the coat, the sleeve that is on covering your arm to the hand, and you find yourself surrounded by there's a number of women wearing dresses in dark colors. They all of them in shades of a dark purple with black trim and black sashes, and almost there it feels like there's a resemblance among all of them. And when you kind of hear them talking, but their voice isn't coming through clearly, but you keep hearing the word necromancer and awakening and sacrifice of a chosen one, and they keep pointing to the body on the ground, who, as you take a closer look, you realize he's holding the dagger that you've been seeking. And suddenly you find yourself snap back to reality. It's a little disconcerting. But you've grown used to it.
So he lets the rest of the group know what he saw. He doesn't know quite what to make of that at this point.
That watch and pistol are awfully nice. I surely would like to purchase them.
Let's do this. Brennan, give me an intelligence check. Keisha?
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
5.
You rolled a 5.
Not a great roll.
What's with your total added to it? Your bonuses. Do you have an intelligence modifier?
I'd make it a 6.
Hold on a second. I need to look at your character sheet again because
All of our bonuses +9, and it's primary. Oh no, it'd be +8.
okay, so yeah,
Oh,
plus
okay.
8. All right, so 13 and intelligence is not a prime. Yeah, something about it strikes you. Something about you, the story strikes you as familiar. You're not clear what it is, though. All right.
Our only lead at this point is the house or the mansion.
Yes.
So it suggests that that's the next stop.
All
I
right.
would agree.
Okay. It is, but by the time between going and getting around is a little slower back then. So it is between the stories and talking to Brennan. Oh, not talking to Brennan. Talking to Joe and Nancy, and then Waldo. It is getting a little later in the day. You're more than welcome to make your way up there, or you're welcome to rest for the evening. I leave that up to you.
Like how late?
It's probably about between 4 and 5 in the afternoon.
I say we still go to the mansion.
Yeah, it's not too late.
I
Yeah.
agree.
All right. All right. Let's see. In that case, I'd like everybody, as you arrive in the area of the location, I'd like everyone to give me a wisdom check. Include your modifiers, and then let me know what you got and whether or not it's prime.
Also, Kunde would have his bow out.
Okay.
Professor got a 34 prime.
All right.
17 non-prime.
Okay.
This is
19.
wisdom?
Yeah.
19 prime.
All right.
25 non-prime.
And 19 prime.
23 prime.
So basically, everyone except Vivian, you
Mute yourself when you're not talking.
you all realize and almost immediately locate there's an unmarked Chevy sedan that is to your eyes is almost pretty obviously two police officers staking out the house.
it?
Not entirely clear why, but she seems to be a person of interest somehow. And you can decide what to do about that if you can go. I mean, you know that Joe's already put out a word for you. Whether or not you want to deal with the officer or just go straight to the house, I'll leave that to you.
Can the professor make a wisdom check just to using his psychic sense to be able to determine whether or not they're in a dangerous or non-dangerous place? Meaning that as they approach the front door, is this something, because there's police in the background, they're staking out the house, can he kind of determine whether or not using his like sixth sense, whether or not this is going to be good or
Sure,
something?
Go for it.
All right. That is 28 prime.
Yeah, nothing about nothing is really coming to mind in terms of in terms of danger or obvious danger. You're finding it a little weird that the cops are already here, but they you don't know what resources that they have access to, or why they're just sitting there versus going in. But you're pretty sure that they are staking the place out.
So maybe looking for information as opposed to waiting for some horrible thing to occur.
Possibly. All right. The house is not overly large. It's large for a freestanding house in the city, but not overly so. It is definitely nice. It is definitely upper, a bit upper class, and you approach by the front door. Ring the doorbell. All right.
Kunde will hang back about 25 yards.
Okay. A man opens the door. Kind of tall, maybe at least a full, 6'1", maybe 6'2", dressed in what appears to be butler robes, and a thick mass of red hair on his head, and as well as red mutton chops. Yes, can I help you? I would try to fake an Irish accent, but I would fail miserably, so we're just going to go with what I've got.
We are here to see if Lady Dana Green is available.
Who shall I say is calling?
I'm Vivian Deadbrain. I would like to see if I can get an appointment with her. I have a couple of questions I would like to ask.
Well, she has been kind of busy. There seems to be much annoyance the last few days. Is it really important? And you hear a voice call out, "What is it, Peter? More police? I've already told them everything I know." And a woman walks down looking rather disheveled and exhausted, but still quite still quite the beauty as Waldo described her to be. She looks in. What Peter? I'll take care of this. Thank you, Peter. Carry on. Do please come in. I'm sorry. It has not been a good time. And she shows all of you in, and she says, "Wow, there are quite a few of you."
Robert, Kunde would like to stay outside and search the grounds.
Okay, sure. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for?
Just seeing if there's anything unusual. We'll probably peek in windows as he goes around the building. If there is some way to climb up to second story balconies, etc., he will do that as well.
Okay. All right. In that case, she shows you into a drawing room and offers you all the seat. And can I offer you some refreshment? I can have Peter bring coffee or tea, and I do believe we have some scones available.
Tea would be lovely, thank you.
Peter, do be a dear and put on a kettle and make some tea for us, please. And she said, at once, ma'am.
The professor takes his pipe out and starts to pack it, and then looks at her to see whether or not it kind of is he okay to go ahead and smoke inside.
She looks at you. She sees that you've like paused, and she gives you a little bit of a smile, and she nods her head, giving you the affirmative that it's okay.
So he lights his pipe and starts kind of taking kind of some slow draws and kind of doesn't ask for anything else. He doesn't want anything to drink at this point.
So if you're obviously not the police, who are you?
I look over to the professor and just to give him a look on how much we should tell her.
So Professor speaks up and says, we're just a group of interested parties that are here to be able to help the police to be able to investigate a series of murders that have happened locally. And we were given a little information that you might be able to help us with this investigation. We are just here to be able to hopefully help the families, and we were hoping that we might be able to give us a little bit of information.
She looks at you and so you're all private investigators?
And then Professor looks and he says, not really. We're just a group of interested people from the community that are here to help and lend a hand when there's things that go awry in the city.
Awry? That's a interesting choice of words. I would say things are going awry. I don't know how much help I can be. I'm happy to answer any questions, but what would you like to know?
Professor leans, kind of nods his head to Vivi.
So I can't help but happen to have overheard. You said you've been interviewed by the police before. Why would they interview you? How did your name come up in their investigation?
Oh, the police seem to have nothing better to do than just, I'm a collector. I like to collect things, and some of my collections can be not for the not in the best of light with the good people. And she just kind of like rolls her eyes. You know the types, the church going types, the You would think in a city as cosmopolitan as New York City, I wouldn't have to deal with with the extremists, but there's always somebody too willing to stick their nose in my business, and it, she says, and she sighs and she says, and to be honest with you, I am fortunate to still have money at this time, and I know it is not everyone. There are too many who do not, but it seems that for some reason it makes me more of a target and not less. Not that I feel I expect anybody to feel sorry for me. It's just it's just quite the hassle, and it's tiring.
So you say you're a collector. Do you have a specific, um, items you're collecting, or do you just collect, just to collect?
Well, to be honest with you, um, she's like, she leans in. If I tell you, do you promise not to burn me at the stake? This is very important.
No, we're just here asking simple questions. There will be no burning at the stake or, judgment here.
Well, that's good. As long as I do not have to be concerned about that. She says, I am something of a practicing witch. I like
Oh,
to. It is something that I picked up as a child, and I've enjoyed it. It's fun. It's harmless, but so some of the items that one might gather um, make other people nervous. We shall say.
well, I mean, that's a very interesting hobby you have. I mean, if you say it's harmless, then there should be no reason to worry. I can understand why some people would be a little nervous when, the word witch gets thrown around, but you have no reason to be, nervous in front of this group.
Do any of you practice? And
I
she's like,
personally do not, but I know some people who, how shall we say it, dibble dabble in, you know, the weird and maybe a little bit of the macabre, but it's like you said, it's harmless.
oh, I mean, I've always been hoping to find others who have, occasionally, I will admit, sometimes it has unlocked certain things, and I've been able to have visions, and people will always say it's just the drugs, but there are times when even when I do not partake, I'm able to see things, and I've always hoped that I'd meet others who had the same type of skills, or,
Oh,
or just those, or just things that are unusual.
you have visions, you say.
Okay, occasionally, more like dreams, but sometimes even just daydreaming, things can be really, really, really vivid.
Now, do they just come to you, or do you have to? Are you able to manifest the vision on your own?
Uh, usually I have to do some work. Sometimes it's when I do chanting, and I often do it for relaxation. And sometimes the visions will come to me while I'm doing my chanting. If I'm burning some incense, and with that, you have the sudden realization that yeah, you can smell traces of incense in the house. Um, we're gonna pause for 1 second. Um, Terry, Kunda, you're wandering around the house, taking a look. Um, as you get to the back of the house, you happen to get a look in one of the windows, and um, you see what probably is best described as almost like a trophy room or a display room. There are uh, some interesting artifacts, including there's a shelf, several shelves with books that you can't read the covers from here, but all of the covers look like they're rather old. There are some really thick tomes there. Um, but what strikes you of all the things that you see, and there's also a couple of racks of old style clothing. You'll find out, later, hearing what you're going, when you reach with the rest of the group, you realize it appears to be like old style witches clothing that they might use during rituals and such. But in the center of the room, in a glass display case, there is the dagger. Give me a wisdom. Actually, yes, you can either give me a wisdom check or an intelligence check, whichever one works better for you.
Wisdom will.
Okay.
And it's prime. So 29.
20. As you're looking at you look at the case from top to bottom, and you're questioning whether or not there's a way, with the way the case is set up, if there's any way the knife could come out of the case without shattering the glass.
Can I try slipping into the room?
Yeah.
All right. Do I need to roll anything?
Let me see. I think I had your character sheet pulled up. I did. Give me a dexterity check, just straight up dexterity check.
So the die's a 12. It's a prime. So what's that? A 21?
Yeah, you're able to get the window open and pull yourself into the room reasonably quietly.
All right, so I'm gonna go up to the case and I'm gonna inspect it, trying to see if there's now that I'm up close to it, any possible way to pop it open without breaking things.
As you take a closer look, you do find that there is a locking mechanism to get the top of the case to open, display case to open, and pull it out. It's not obvious. If you weren't looking for it, you would not have found it.
All right. All right. I don't think I have any tools or anything for a locking mechanism other than just shooting an arrow at the case, which is always a possibility, but probably not the stealthist possibility at this point in time. So I'm gonna pop back out. I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna ring the doorbell.
The rest of you in the room hear the doorbell ring, and you might have realized that Kunde was not with you. And sure enough, Peter is like, answers the door. Is like, I'm guessing you would like to come in now.
Yes.
This way, please. And Peter guides you into the drawing room, and shortly afterwards, he comes with the tea for all of you.
Kunde is gonna pull Evelyn's character aside, and the dagger's here.
Well, I assumed it would be, wouldn't it?
Locked in a case.
Hmm.
I didn't break it this time.
That's a step up from your usual practice.
I thought it's safer.
Yes, well,
I could go back out and break it if you think that's better.
probably not at the moment.
Should we mention it?
Not directly in front of the keeper of the dagger, I don't think.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess you're right.
We'll keep that on the to ourselves for the moment, and then we will let everyone else know once we're out of earshot.
All right. And Kunde will move into a corner.
Okay.
And Valerie will rejoin the others.
All right. Um, Dana notices sees the two of you talking, and Kunde sitting in the corner, and everything okay?
Oh, it's quite all right. He just tends to be a man of very few words and tends to reserve them to talk to me specifically.
He is still holding his bow.
She does take note of that, but does not remark on it. Figures if you want to talk about it, you'll talk about it. But, yeah. So going back, did you have any other questions? Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes, actually. We were, we were informed that you had happened to buy a dagger of a great collection. Um,
Oh, yes.
and we were wondering, well, me in particular, was wondering why you didn't buy the rest of the collection. Why the dagger only?
Well, I mean, like I said, I do, I do dabble in witchery, and this blade is definitely has properties to it. It's I think it's old. It's really old. I mean, it was a wonderful, addition to my collection. I've got for one who studies the occult, and again, you all promised that there would be no burning at the stakes. A stake, I'm holding you to that. Um, you know, I've got quite the library and other items, and would you like to see it?
Yes, if you don't mind showing us.
Okay. With that, she gets up and leads you right into the room. And just as described to I described to Kunde, the dagger itself is hermetically sealed in a glass display case.
Hermetically.
Yeah.
But okay, the professor goes, looks at it, and he's really interested by it. And he asks, "Would we be able to actually see it? Would you be able to take it out of the case and allow us to actually touch it?"
Listen. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you. The police is, I put it in, sealed it in the case to protect its value. And she sighs, and she's, you can tell she's struggling.
Well, you did mention, when you looked at, or when you looked or touched the dagger, you sensed properties from it. What properties did you happen to catch?
Oh, it was the kind of feeling that I got when the first time I cast my first spell. It was that feeling of being part of something old, ancient, even it something primal. It was such a rush, and once I saw the dagger, I knew I had to have it. It definitely belonged.
Have you sensed something else? And I don't want to alarm you when I say this, but evil from it?
She looks at you in surprise, and she says, How did you know? Are you gifted?"
In knowledge, I would say I'm very gifted. I do have a lot of sources under my belt, which would give me the reason why I would ask that particular question.
She's she's like, well, I said, that it was to protect the value of the knife. That that's not the only thing. Um,
I
it,
assumed so.
there's that feeling that I had when I first touched it. It truly was magical and it felt good, but that feeling did not last long. By the time I got the knife home and was preparing the display case, uh, the feeling of magic was churned, and it was dark and just wrong. The raw power in it. Um, it was it turned the feeling turned bad quickly, and it wasn't long before I was having nightmares. Um, I just the first 3 nights, I woke up in a cold sweat, and um, I I had started having nightmares, and the knife it was there in all of them, and every time I woke up in that cold sweat, the knife was there beside me on the bed. It got to the point where I tried to destroy it. But you can't. It won't break. It won't melt. No matter what I did. So I finally had this particular case commissioned, and the knife sealed inside. It didn't stop the nightmares, but at least the damn knife stays put now.
Are you the only one that has access to the dagger?
Uh, I well, I mean, really, no one has access to it now. I mean, this case is not meant to be opened. It can be opened. There is, there is a way to open it, but I am the only one who knows how or has the ability to open it.
Then open it.
I I really would rather not. I don't want that knife being freed from its case.
Well,
What you
it or
want.
one like it.
Hmm.
You go ahead.
Well, it or one like it is pulling people's eyes and hearts. So we need to figure it out.
I mean, it can't be this one. It's been in its case. I know that, and there tears start welling up in her eyes, and you know I'm not going to stand here. I'm not going to tell you that the knife might not be connected to those killings the police asked about, but I can tell you I didn't kill anyone. I swear it. But and with that, she goes and looks at the knife, and she's like, please don't let that thing free. I don't. The what it did to me, or the nightmares it gave me. I don't wish this on you or anyone else.
Vivian will, walk up to her, and she'll look at her and ask, "Well, you said you've been having visions. Have you noticed anything strange about your visions that you can connect all of them together?"
Um, just it the feeling of walking, it's weird. I get glimpses of places that I know I haven't been. But every time I wake up, I find myself, back in my bedclothes, and just having the shakes, and usually having doused in sweat.
Now, in your visions, do you happen to know what time period it is?
It always feels dark. Ever since ever since I bought the dagger, my dreams are all dark. I don't remember dreams in the sunlight anymore.
So the
I think she,
professor, oh, go ahead, Chris.
sorry, I think she might have meant year-wise.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, no, nothing. I don't think so.
Also, can you
Hmm.
describe the location so maybe we can track them back to where either they're going or coming from?
Uh, it. I mean, I remember. It feels like I've been walking through, um, alleyways and such, and places I would never go. They're too much too dangerous.
So the professor goes, kind of walks up close to her, and at this says to her, you know, I have very similar visions myself. I've had these for years, even as a child. And he grabs her hand and to try to make her console her, and or she seems like she, because you said that she was about to, seems like she was crying, and when he grabs her hand, he tries to um, use his clairvoyance again to look into the future to see if he can actually see what may actually occur with regards to her herself in the future.
Ooh, that's a good one. All right. Give me
I can
the
give you
appropriate.
that. So this, I can read that what it, so clairvoyance has the use as well. However, the psychic can use it to gain visions of the future. This ability works exactly as divination spell, but answers come from within the arcanist and require intelligence check to activate, simulating a divination spell of challenge level 5.
Okay.
So intelligence check. That's 14 plus um, 12, 26, and that's prime.
Um, you have a vision of her sleeping and just doing a little tossing and turning. But otherwise, um, seems to just her in her immediate future appears to be sleep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because it's yeah, it would be, let's see. Okay. He consoles her a little again, gives her, you know, gives her a squeeze of her hand, and um knows, you know, tells her that he feels sorry for her pain and torture that she's been having and not being able to live with the visions that she's been dealing with, and that he's often had these in the past himself. So he kind of backs away and goes and looks over at the case where the dagger is, and further inspects it a little bit further. So at this point, I'm a little less concerned that she's the active person that's actually doing the killing based
Mm-hmm.
upon the vision that he's had.
Okay.
And then he actually pulls Vivi close, kind of gets up to her and tells her um, quietly, I don't think that she's the killer.
I don't either. I think someone else has access to this case. She just doesn't know it. And it's being taken out of the house during the night and it's put back in the same place before, she wakes up the next morning.
I think we've got.
Maybe
Go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
maybe you can use your ability on the butler or the other help.
Butler did
The butler
it. The butler
with
did
the
it.
smoking jacket, with the jacket in the
In
God, I
the
can't-
in the library.
the library. In the library. The candlestick. The butler's still around?
Yeah, he's out. He's about.
Okay.
I will look at Miss Green. Miss Green, would you mind calling your butler back? I think we have a couple of questions for him as well.
For Peter, sure. Peter, could you join us, please? He walks in and yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Peter, have you been interviewed by the police yet?
Sigh. Yes, I have. It's a tiring business. I really wish they would leave Miss Green alone. She's done nothing wrong.
Well, we hope to give you some, peace and peace of mind here soon. But question for you, have you noticed anything strange happening around the house lately in the past couple of weeks?
What would you consider strange? I mean, other than the undue attention that has come about. I mean, poor Miss Green. And he looks to her as if worried about to betray confidence, and she just nods her head. And he goes, other than her nightmares, which the doctors do not seem to have any answer for, or nothing that they prescribe seems to help. Her nightmares have been bad, but strange. Beyond that, I really can't say I've noticed anything.
Well, the only reason why I asked is that you're a butler, and I would assume you have a place for everything. Have you seen anything that has not been in its proper place, or, looks like it should not be there? Have you seen anything strange like that?
Not since the knife was was put in the display case. There were a couple of nights where Ms. Green said that she didn't remember having the knife with her when she woke up and found it on the bedstand or the nightstand. But other than that, no, I can't think of anything really strange.
Have you ever gotten to handle the dagger?
Oh no, I have no interest in such things. Miss Green is kind to is kind to employ me despite my faith, but a good Irish Catholic lad was I, and I remain still. The things of the occult. I do not judge others who wish to explore. It is a free country after all, but I do not touch such things myself.
Now, do you clean her collection room? Do you keep things tidy in here yourself?
Yes. I mean, the room does not get much traffic, so it's normally just dust. It has seen more visitors in the last week than it probably has in the last couple of years.
Does anyone else have access to the house besides you and Miss Green?
No. I mean, she has been living here on her own for a couple of years now. It is. I mean, the house belongs to her family, but most of her family is overseas, and she has basically the place to herself, and me, of course.
did you happen to go with Miss Green when she bought the dagger?
Oh, no, 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 no. I do not. Again, I try to stay away from such places. I do not have an interest. I do not wish to have an interest, and I clean the room, but I do not peruse any of these things within.
Well, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
What's the butler wearing? You described like his face, his beard, and his hair, but what's it? What's his?
He's got the standard almost like tuxedo look to it. The coat with tails. He is dressed full on butler. Those of you who've seen Downton Abbey, you know what I'm talking about.
Any? Is he wearing a watch, or is he wearing that's visible on his wrist or hands?
No.
Okay.
He does look and he says, I do have to ask, will you all be much longer? I mean, it is getting late, and Ms. Green does sleep has been hard for her to come by. I do not wish to have you impose upon her any longer than need be. And you
Oh,
hear her,
yes,
you hear her sigh, and she's like, Peter, I am not a child.
I do apologize. I do have one more question for the both of you.
Yes.
Would you both mind holding out your hands, palms up, so I can look at them?
Okay. And sure, they both put their hands out, palms up.
Do I see any type of cuts or marks on their hands?
No, not really. Her hands, his hands are basically the skin's a little rougher. You can tell that he's, while he hasn't done hard labor in a while, he still does a lot of work around the house. Her hands are basically kind of what you would expect from a socialite who has enough money that she really has never had to work, and just basically enjoys her leisure time. But no signs of cuts. And I'm assuming you're looking for anything that looked like a ritualistic cut.
Well, that or, handling a dagger and things get bloody. Sometimes the dagger slips. You can tell what I watch all the time.
Right. No. Actually,
Personal
nothing of
experience
that nature.
Right.
Beginning to worry about Courtney's lived experiences.
Well, thank you both. I appreciate you for answering our questions and being such great hosts for us. We will, unless anybody else has anything else, I think we will see ourselves out, and you can retire for the night.
Yeah, so the professor comes into he shakes Miss Green's hand and kind of again thanks her, and then he comes in to shake the hand of the butler too, and kind of shakes him, but puts his other hand on top of his hand at the same time, so he's using two hands.
Okay.
And then tries to then be able to determine any type of vision of maybe potentially the future for the butler.
Okay. Give me. Yeah. Well, I'm not even going to have you roll for this one. Basically, you see him working late into the evening, cleaning, tidying up about, making sure that everything is ready. He even does a little bit of you see him doing a bit of sewing. Apparently, one of her garments had needed a little bit of repair. And then going to bed.
Okay. Again, he thanks them and starts walking towards the door.
Okay.
Yes.
At which point he, she says, "Thank you. I appreciate your kindness and your questions. I hope I was helpful."
Yes, you're very helpful. And she'll kind of lean in and before she leaves, and she'll go, and your secret will always stay secret with us.
She smiles at that, and it's a honest, warm smile.
Yeah. Before we go,
Mm-hmm.
I lean over and I said, Do you know of anything significant about hearts and moons and spells? Or eyes?
She says, I mean, specifically, no, but I'm sure that there are plenty of tales and spells from the past, and some of the darker things. Sometimes blood magic. I try to avoid those kinds of things. Those are a little dark for even for my taste. I'm looking to dabble, not frighten frighten myself into at all out of sorts.
I'm paying attention to how she says it. Does she look like she's being deceitful or using my
No,
detective
she's
skills?
okay. Give me a wisdom check.
21.
21. Yeah, no, she appears to mean what she says. She's not, the idea of delving into that type of stuff truly does bother her. Yeah,
Okay.
she's she wants to avoid it. She's the you do get the sense that the whole all the dreams and the darkness of it all has her a bit rattled, but actually she seems to be taking some comfort in the fact that you're all so interested.
Well, I give her my card, just in
Okay.
my PA form, just in case she has anything for us.
Okay. All right. And with that, we're just to be clear, where do you guys, or where do you just go next? You go back to the guild hall, or are you going someplace else?
Would we like to discuss what we have learned, or would we like to save it until tomorrow?
I think why don't we go back to the guild hall and then we can talk about where we are at with regards to the next steps, and then probably sleep and then make a plan for the next day.
I'm fine with that.
All right. And with that, we are going to take. We're just about a little over half. Well, I mean, we're just about the halfway mark. We are going to take our one and only break. I want to thank my fantastic players. I hope you're having fun with this. I know it's a little tough sometimes trying to figure out where to get in on the action, and I'm trying to make sure that I find places for each of you to get in. So, let's take a break. Let's call it let's make it a good 10-minute break, just so that you can get stretched and get some water and such. And we will be right back. Hold on a second. Microphones are still live, so if you don't want to be overheard, please mute your what do you call it? Mute your Zoom.
So Rob, did the butler do it?
You eating ice cream?
No, I'm eating crumble cookie.
Oh, that's as good.
I mean, this definitely could go with ice cream though. Some vanilla ice cream would be really good with this. It's like a skillet cookie with like Reese's icing and pieces on top. It's really
Mhm.
good.
Did the echo stop? I think it was because my wife's mic was on too, and it was going through both of them.
Oh yeah, it was definitely picking up your voice as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
so when she's muted, you don't hear it.
Yeah. God, it's so cold in this room. Lord.
Yes, more cookies.
Yeah.
Someone brought a dozen by our office on Friday.
So 11:30 and it feels like it's 100 degrees outside. Yay.
Yeah, and I went out there to go get me a cookie, and my nephew's like, "It's hot out there. I'm sweating, and some bugs bit me." And I was like, "Well, did you get
Yeah.
up in the bug's personal space?" Yeah. I was like, well, maybe that's why they bit you.
Yeah.
What is it? Yeah, it's 85 degrees and the humidity is 80 degrees.
80% humidity. Let's see what ours is.
Uh-huh.
Uh, it's only 60% humidity, but the feels like it's 90 with the feels like of 100.
Yeah, it feels like 100, but it's 85 degrees. Only two
In my
mile an hour
opinion,
wind.
in my opinion, if it feel like is 100, then it's 100.
Oh, and it's supposed to rain at 3 p.m. Yay.
Rob, did the storm pass by yet?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it may still rain, but at least it's no thunder or lightning going.
Rob, I really have no idea who did this.
Yeah, while you were gone, I was like, Rob, did the
Uh,
butler really do it?
Mm.
Did the butler really do it?
Courtney, who really did it?
Yeah. Look, I religiously listen and watch true crime documentaries and shows. So this is like feeding my I should have been an investigator, side of myself.
Oh man, the funny thing is, you guys kind of ended up skipping over the second cutscene, and I'm like trying to figure out how important that cutscene is, and I'm like, I think we can get away with not using it.
We've been doing a pretty good job of trying to get through how the module is.
Yeah, we actually have a pretty good chance of finishing this on time.
Oh, sweet.
Cool. N of 1 here, right? This is first experience with this.
Mm.
It's definitely it's a little different than playing CNC.
Yeah,
Oh, for sure.
I do want to apologize. When I first read it, all the things I tried to get together this week. The one thing I didn't get to do was put together a consent form for this because it's a little. The more I read, the darker it gets. Darker it gets, and it's like I was trying to get so many things done, and I probably should have gotten a form out for the rest to you for some of the content here. I've been kind of like dialing it back a bit because it some of the descriptions are go a little further than even I'm happy with. It's like
It's been good. I mean, I think just the rhythm is a little different than your typical CNC game.
oh yeah, there's I mean these are a lot more. I know some of the adventures are more because I'm going to be running one for Dave's Discord that is also occultish, but a very very different side of things. They're going to be dealing with augmented people, which can get a little weird. All right. As soon as Keisha's back, we can get started. Oh, I can throw us onto the screen. As a matter of fact, I am going to throw us onto the screen with a map. And because I did not have a lot of time for putting together, you're going to have tokens with your names because there was no. I appreciate the pictures and stuff that everyone sent, but the uniformity was not there in terms of trying to make tokens out of all of them. I didn't have pictures for everyone, so nice little walled fortress in the middle of Manhattan. What do you want? You make do with the maps that you have.
Oh yeah. Woo, I became the professor.
You got Prof, Valerie, Vivi, Brennan, Kunde, and Bruno. Oh,
I think Courtney's the professor.
Yeah, I became the professor.
Geez, here we go. Huh.
I don't know how you're doing this, but it's like pretty good. You're shuffling through like a deck of cards here.
Well, and no, that was not who I wanted to switch. Hey, there we go. Nope. Okay, just one more switch. There we go. And you know something? I am going to take a screenshot of the way you are now, because that way I know if I need to fix it. I know what I'm looking at. All right, cool. So, gotta fix the little camera thing for. All right, there we go. That's as pretty as I'm going to be able to make it, because. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. If you if you all take a look at the Twitch stream, you'll see yourselves sitting around the table at the guild hall in the main room, which also is the first room that you walk into at the hall. Discussing the matter at hand. Did any of you wanted to put in calls to any of your contacts for like information or any specific questions that you might have that somebody might be able to get an answer for you? It's okay if you don't. I mean, it's just in case anything strikes your fancy. I want to give you that opportunity. I'm going to take that as a no. All right. Did you all want to have a discussion around the table, or?
Oh, yes. I'm gonna need something a little bit stronger for a drink, though. I hope to have that here.
The good news is that they do keep the place the bar stocked. Their whiskeys and cognacs and other other cordials if there's something more to your liking. Some vodka, though a little expensive these days, but still
I'd definitely
available.
go and make myself a vodka tonic.
All right.
Is that Vivi or Courtney?
Oh, I wish I could, do both, but my character is the lucky one today.
Okay. And kind of slouches back or leans back in his chair, takes his pipe out again, packs it, carves out all the old kind of the old tobacco that's on the inside of his pipe, and then packs it and then lights it again and takes a couple long pulls on his pipe. And he says to the group, well, it seems like we've found the weapon, but it's unclear who's been using it. It doesn't seem like it's either the owner or the butler, but it still could be the owner or the butler. It's just not. It doesn't appear that they're the ones, but the owner has to be involved because she's the only one who knows how to actually open the case. So somehow she's involved.
That we know of.
That we know that can open the case. That's true. We don't really have any other information from when we visited them. The only other information from the pawn shop was that it was clear, most likely this was used in other killings or other ceremonies years and years ago. That's all we know, and we know the location. We know the location of about where these killings have occurred. So, as an option, one thing we could do is visit the location of where these killings occurred and see if we can gain any other further information now that we have an idea of potentially where the weapon was, where it is, and maybe who might be involved.
Well, if this is the weapon, I would like to go and stake Miss Green's property to see who exactly is taking the dagger and who is leaving the premises with it. Someone is taking it out. We just don't know who. Is it someone coming in and is able to open, the glass case, or is it someone actually already in the home and is taking it out? It's leaving somehow.
Would we stake it out every day or just around the time of when there's a full moon?
I don't want to put too much emphasis on the full moon since, we don't have a lot of, we just have a couple eyewitnesses saying there happened to be a full moon on the days of some of the killings. We don't have if it was a full moon on all of the killings, but if that's the best that we've got to work off of, I mean, that's what we got to go with. But also, as well, I feel like we need to have eyes on where most of the prostitutes like to hang around as well.
Yeah, their house is already being staked out by the police. Do you think the police would be able to, do you think it's good enough for just the police to be able to evaluate this, or does it need to be also one of us?
Brendan, you used to work for the police. What do you think? Do you think the police are capable of being able to do this by themselves, or should we have someone there of our group?
Well, I think we probably need someone there, in my opinion.
My thoughts exactly. Because I really don't think the police know what they're dealing with.
No.
I mean, if anybody would like to offer up their time, I guess you could say, to watch Miss Green's house, we could do
I'll
that,
talk.
and then okay, perfect. And if go ahead.
We could all watch it at night and go search the spots during the day.
That is an option.
Does Valerie have any information about who this lady is? If she's a kind of a lady that, meaning Miss Green, of where does she go around in the same circles as her or her friends, knowing that she's, in the elite within the societies within New York?
That's a good question. I'm gonna turn to Robert and ask, would we have met in?
So knowing who she is and having seen the address and getting, it occurs to you that you could walk in the same circles. Maybe her family would walk in the same circles. She seems pretty hell-bent on keeping, with her choice of hobbies, keeping herself outside those circles because, people practicing the occult would not necessarily be welcome in polite society.
Right. Yes. Not directly, really. Her family may have encountered mine in the past, but I've never had the privilege of meeting with Miss Green during my time at various functions. in the city. So if we had met, it would have probably been in girlhood at the last interaction.
Brendan, question. Would the police have any logs of who has been visiting Miss Green's home in the past couple of weeks? If she has had any, you know, gatherings, or if a couple of people here and there coming to visit, or if she has been leaving to go visit somebody. Would you think the police would have logs of that?
They should, if they're competent enough in doing their job. They should be reporting any strange activity, comings and going of anybody that's not scheduled.
Do you
So,
think
yes.
that Joe Mackey would be able to get those for us? Because I would like to see if I mean, they said that they haven't been having anybody over, but I just want to be sure.
Yes. Agreed. Because who knows what's going on when she's asleep.
Exactly. Or, you know, if she does have a lot of people over, someone could easily slip out of the room and, you know, be nosy. We all tend to be a little curious, especially when someone, you know, boasts about getting a new piece for their collection.
Yes. So we get out try to contact our representative.
So Robert, could she call Joe Mackey from our location?
Yes, absolutely. Joe answers the phone. Mackie speaking. How can I help you?
We're inquiring about any persons going or coming from address in Miss Green's house.
Well, I last spoke to the officers we have outside, and earlier this morning. Haven't heard anything. Haven't heard anything about any yet. They seem to think all's been pretty quiet there.
Yeah, I make sure it's on if we have us so they can hear. I kind of hold it so she can hear too.
Yeah, no, no sign of visitors. It's just other than us, and you know, that's basically been it.
And you have
Okay.
someone there watching all night?
Yeah, we have a car there. There's we've got two guys, pretty much there 24/7. We switch off, of course, but there we've ever since we found out about the blade. We've kept a watch.
Now, when you say watch, do you just sit in your car? And I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but do you just sit in your car and wait for something, you know, out of the ordinary to happen, or do you actually go in and walk the perimeter of the residence?
No, we have to. We cannot. We can't enter the property without a warrant. So
Well, I mean, don't enter the property. You walk around the residence to see if anything has been disturbed, or you hear anything, or you see anyone that looks suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally, one will walk the block, but it's been really quiet.
Mostly
Well, I
just
think you.
donuts and coffee.
Yes, my thoughts exactly.
Lots of coffee.
Okay, well, I thank you, Mr. Mackey, for your intel. We are still continuing to look into this matter.
I hope you're having better luck than we are.
I would say yes. We gather a lot of intel from talking to Miss Green and her butler. But we will let you know if we come up with anything, you know, uh, uh, like We will let you know if we find anything important that we should let you know about.
Okay. I appreciate it as always.
Doesn't seem like they're being able to watch the back door very well.
Yes, that's what I was hoping. At least we had someone, not necessarily walking around, but stationed outside the home, not in a car, where they had more visual area of being able to look around and seeing if anybody's walking around close by, or any odd or strange noises either coming from the house or coming from outside.
Now, Brendan, you would know that police resources are limited, and though they have they know that there's a knife that matches the description, the fact that it's been hermetically sealed, and despite Dana Green's weirdness with the whole occult thing, she is still a member of society, and they don't want to run afoul of somebody who has the right ear that could make trouble for them.
Now, my question for you, Brennan, is that if they are so sure that the knife was used in all 4 killings, why have they not been able to take that as evidence?
Well, I'm assuming her class, they don't want to upset her, so she gets a little more leeway.
Oh, well, I mean, it would make it a lot easier for us to be able to investigate the dagger instead of waiting until someone comes out with it, or it being used on some innocent person again. If it was in the police hands, it would be easier for us to be able to investigate it.
I wonder if she would let us take custody of it.
It's just she was very adamant about not letting it out of the case. That's our only dilemma that we have.
Yeah.
Well, I can
And-
just take it out of the case.
If you can, if you're that stealthy and you're able to do that.
I was in the room before we went in together.
Was it easy
Oh.
to get in there?
For me, yes.
So it could possibly be easy for anybody who's able to stealth their way.
Correct.
I mean, are we on board with Kunde possibly going back and in the middle of the night and possibly taking it?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, Kunde, whatever you need from us, please let us know how we're able to help.
Well, I will do that. Do you want me to go tonight?
I mean, the earlier the better, I would assume.
All right.
He stands up and heads out the door.
All right. What do the rest of you do at that point then?
Well-
Oh, go ahead.
Does he need backup or any eyes to make sure the coast is clear, or distractions?
I'll let somebody else answer it. He's already walked out the door.
Valerie's Kundi kind of like a solo, does he work alone? Did you work better alone, or?
We're
I mean-
asking Evelyn.
He's slightly literal when you tell him things, so we might want to follow him before he gets himself into trouble.
Oh, that's very helpful to know. Yes,
Yes.
we definitely do need to go and follow him if that is the case.
Oh my goodness.
Grab our jackets.
All right. I'm laughing because I'm like looking at the list of things that can happen and when they happen and such, and you manage to all dance around things that are just like that were going to happen don't happen because you've all made choices.
We can never make it easy for the DM ever.
All right. Let's see.
Rob, can you did you say how long the dagger was? Like how like the size of it?
It doesn't really specify. Maybe a foot or so the blade, because it's not like a straight. It's like a curve.
Yeah.
Oh, the sacrificial dagger.
Yeah. It's definitely a sacrifice.
And I just now thinking about this. We did see the case. How big is the case and does it look heavy to pick up? Or is it attached to anything?
What, the display case?
Yeah, the dagger's it.
It's high quality, high grade. It's not light. It's not like something you're just going to just pick up and walk off with.
Okay. I just wanted to ask to make sure because I was like, we'll just take the whole dang thing then.
I mean, two of you probably could, but it's not something you're just going to like carry off underneath an arm.
So I guess we're playing catch up at this point.
So you're all heading over to the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And I would like to make sure that we do not alert your ex-colleagues that we are here. The less people that know about it, the better.
All right. Let's see. You head over to the house, and we can skip the guild hall thing because love when that happens because you avoided that. As you get to the house, things are quiet, like extremely quiet. Like there's, the air feels still. Despite it being April, the blusteriness of April breezes and rainy days and such, the atmosphere has this old stale feel to it. There's no the sounds of the city have just completely faded away. You don't hear any sound. I mean, you don't hear any sounds of horns, car horns. I mean, granted, it's late at night, but still, the city, even uptown, never really quite completely sleeps. Even the lamp lights just seem kind of dim or dimmer. It's the whole vibe is just off. The closer that you get to the house.
So Kunde is he's gonna go right back to the exterior window that looks into the room.
Okay.
That he wants to take the dagger from.
How far of a head start did Kunde end up having before you all decided to hey, we should probably follow him?
I would say after I immediately asked Valerie, and she's like, "No, we should probably follow him." I would assume we all jumped up and so maybe like a 5 minute. I would assume. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. I have this vision of you y'all like getting onto a subway train car trying to like get past. All right, wait did he run up there? Did he take the subway? Did he find a bus? What's going on? Oh man. So yeah, Kunde, you approach the house and approach the window, and just as you're doing that, the rest of you are find yourself, getting to the property. And again, it all has that really odd, odd vibe about it. Um, as a matter of fact, you notice that one of the things that you notice is that the two guys in the squad car, it's a different squad car, but again, it's you easily recognize it. They're both fast asleep.
Of course.
And with that, what I'd like you all to do is I need every single one of you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
$26 prime.
Okay.
33 prime.
All right.
23 non-prime.
18 prime.
All right.
So that was a nat 20 on the die for a 28 prime.
Okay. And Chris?
$24.
24. My apology.
24? 24 prime?
Non-prime.
Non-prime. All right. So, the three of you, so I think it's Courtney, Keisha, and Vivian, Brennan, and Bruno. As you head to, as you're all walking to the house, the three of you just suddenly decide it's a nice time for a nap.
Oh.
And you fall asleep. The other three of you, Kunde, what we call Valerie, and the professor. Where is it? You find yourself dreaming. The final sacrifice lays upon the table. She squirms, kicks, screams, begs, and threatens, all to no avail. The killer stands over her, looks to the black candles to his right and left. He picks up a knife, traces it across the victim's chest, leaving a thin line of blood in its wake. He can smell the fear upon her, his last victim. Midnight strikes. It is time. The killer shrugs off his cloak to stand naked before the victim. He is a she. It matters not. Gender means nothing to the Ripper. Soon it shall rise. The body it inhabits is meaningless. It will be transformed into a higher being. The knife slashes across the girl's throat, cutting her scream off in a sharp gurgling sound. The blade flashes 3 more times, and the eyes and heart come out. The creature that was once human devours them in wanton bloodlust. The blade flashes a 4th time as the killer plunges it down into her own chest. She screams in agony and in ecstasy as she doubles over. Her skin turns a sickly green and scales erupt from beneath it. Spikes plunge through her back as her tailbone extends into a sharp, thrashing appendage. She grows to 10 feet in height. The process takes an eternity of seconds during which she cannot act. Finally, the Ripper rises, throwing its blade-like fingers high into the air and cries out in victory. The world will be torn asunder. The three of you wake up to find yourselves looking down at the corpse of another prostitute in an area of the city that you do not remember traveling to. There's no sign of this table or anything else. The only thing that you're aware of is that there is a dead body on the ground and a voice shouting, "Put your hands up, assholes, you're under arrest," as two cops shine flashlights on you. And one of them approaches with handcuffs.
Okay. Wait, we're investigating. We didn't do this.
Yeah. I've heard that story 100 times before. Quick, we're going to take you downtown, and you're under arrest for now. You've got your rights, and he goes through. I don't know if Miranda was a thing yet back then, but we'll go with that. Yes.
Caller. Not giving the name of our contact. If we got someone that will speak, will vouch for us.
Well, all right. In that case, you know Joe. Well, in that case, maybe you're not under arrest, but you're going to come with us until we can get Joe and get to the bottom of this. All right, because there's a body here, and we're not just going to let you off without hearing from Joe himself.
And so I try to distract and I'll look and see if I see any clue or anything that might be significant before he takes us away. Do
I
see
will
any-
look at the. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
As I noticed that Brennan is trying to do a little bit of investigating, I will turn to the police officers and I will say, I'm pretty sure you don't know who I am. I'm the ones that can still make you keep your jobs.
I'm sure that's true. And again, we'll forego the arrest, but we do need you to come downtown. We can't just have you standing over a body and not take you in. I'm sure if you are who you say you are, this will all be taken care of in short order.
Well, I would
You all
actually
look
like
over
you to
at
have.
me and-
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Well,
Go ahead.
you all
You
look over at me, and
and I'm already standing there with
my
with my
hands
hands
behind my
behind my
back. This is a normal,
Yeah.
been here, done that, whatever.
Chris, I only caught like parts of that. I'm not sure what happened. You were so clear this morning when we did sound check.
It's because we're in the same room.
Okay.
When you look over at me, I'm standing there just kind of, oh well, my hands behind my back, just waiting for the cuffs. It's been there, done that, same old, same old.
He because of the fact that you mentioned Joe specifically, and Brennan, one of them seems to kind of recognize you. We'll forego the cuffs, and they just they take you down in the what amounts to a squad car back then, downtown. The other three, and sure enough, by morning, Joe does come and vouch for you. Those of you who fell asleep, you find yourself waking up in your beds at the Guildhall. No memory. You had a peaceful night's sleep. No, you have no idea how you got back home. None whatsoever.
So right now down at the police station is the professor and Kunde and who else?
Me.
And then Brennan.
Yeah.
No, whoever the people who failed failed to save. So it would have been down at the police station would have been, I think it's Bruno, Brennan, and Vivian.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, the other three, you all wake up in your bed. You remember going to the house last night, and then you were like home. No idea how you got there, but had a really pleasant sleep. Joe does eventually, make it there and wonders, tries to understand what happened, is a little confused. But he does get your release and does make sure that it's understood that you're actually working on this case alongside the police, and that he vouches for you and so on and so forth. You get back to the house. Oh, you mentioned you had taken one last look around at the murder scene. The victim that you're staring at is not the victim that you saw in the dream state. Though you do have the horrible feeling that the next one is the dream we call it, is the one to come, and it looks like they're going up to the final kill. Just as you're getting back to the house, the rest of you are just waking up to find three of you walking in the door, having spent a night at the police station. A phone call comes in. The phone starts ringing.
Hello?
Are you there? Are you there? Please tell me. You have to help me. It's coming. It's coming. The hour's coming. The awakening is coming. Everything, all the souls, they're almost all gathered. I can't do this. I can't do this alone. Please.
Where are
gotta
you
come,
at?
Please.
You're at your house?
Yes. Please. This phone it's not secure. I shouldn't be talking like this. Somebody might be listening. And she hangs up the phone.
Mrs. Green is in a panic. She said it's time and she wants us there. And she said the souls, right? Collected the souls.
Then I suggest we go see what has her in a panic.
Did anyone else have a dream last night?
No, I slept well.
I had a dream. Brock, could we tell if there was a full moon in our dream or not?
You didn't notice the full moon. Didn't notice anything about the moon. You're at this point. You're almost convinced that the moon itself was kind of just not a red herring, but an extraneous detail that ended up not mounting to much.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. But yes, no, I had a dream, and the previous the most recent victim didn't match the victim in my dream. Did you have the same one?
Yes. That's what I was getting to. I was about to tell you. Yes, that body was not the victim
So
in the dream.
Vivi, what can you describe the person in your dream?
And I tried my best to describe the victim on the table. I don't I don't remember what she looked like completely, but it was just a different woman. And did the body on the ground, was it missing its heart and eyes too?
Say that again. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It was missing heart and eyes. Yes. Well, yes, because um, yeah. I had to think about the dream versus what actually happened. Yes. Heart and
Yeah.
eyes were missing.
Wait, Rob, what was our state when the police came and found us? Were we clean? Were our clothes clean? Were they not? Were they bloodied?
They were clean.
And the police thought that we did it. I mean, honestly.
Well, I mean, they did find you standing over the body that no one else seemed to know about. So,
Yes, but usually removing a heart and eyes is kind of like dirty work, so. um, but yes, if Miss Green is requesting our help, I think we should go and give her our assistance. But I do think this is the victim that we saw in our dreams. It has not come to pass yet. It looks like that she was a future victim.
Did she look like Mrs. Green?
Rob,
oh, the woman.
Yeah, the
on the
victim.
table, yeah.
Before the transformation, yes.
So the killer or the victim looked like Mrs. Green.
The killer. I'm sorry, the killer looked like Miss Green.
How about the victim?
The victim, no. As a matter of fact, the victim didn't. Now that you think about it, the victim didn't even look like a prostitute. The victim looked like she was wearing an apron and just standard work garments.
Did the apron have any type of distinctive writing or pictures on it?
Our logo.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. As a matter of fact, you note that it had an embroidered G, in the upper, we call it in the upper left-hand corner, just above the left breast.
For Green, maybe? Maybe one of her kitchen staff?
Well, we only met the butler, and
Wait,
I guess we had assumed that they were the only two people here, or
They
in the
could-
house.
she could have them leave and return every day, so we didn't. That would be the only person in the house at the time.
Rob, was there anything else that that Brennan or Vivi could remember of the dream besides the actual people? Meaning, could they see anything in terms of the location? Was it again outside in a street, that type of thing, or no?
As a matter of fact, they realized that it did seem to be inside. It did not match the the descriptions of wandering through streets and such. It had a very different feel to it.
Did it kind of look like a basement type dungeon looking feel, or look to it?
Give me a wisdom check.
Okay. 18 non-prime.
No, you didn't get that. You didn't get that feeling. It seemed just to be. As a matter of fact, you can almost remember the room being dimly lit, possibly from a lantern somewhere in the room.
Did it look?
To our house we go.
Yeah, I would say yeah.
All right. In that case, you head back to the house. So, as you get to the house, the couple of things that you notice, that eerie feeling is kind of still there, even though it's broad daylight. There is no sign of the police car at all. There's no sign of. As a matter of fact, there's no sign of any, any activity whatsoever on the street. There's a quiet. You realize that as you're chatting among yourselves, you even need to speak up a bit just to make yourselves heard. It's almost as if the sound in the, there's like sound dampeners in the entire area, with along the entire block. Professor, your skin is crawling a bit. There's more. There's something supernatural going on, and while you're more on the mentalist side of things as opposed to the arcane, it still makes your skin crawl. You can, and even the rest of you, you're not immune to feeling you've had enough dealings with this kind of stuff so that you can feel the feeling of the occult and dark powers, dark energies around the place. So as you get a little closer, what you do notice, not only are the cops gone, but the door to Dana's house hangs from one hinge, swinging back and forth with a quiet but ominous creak. It looks like something basically just smashed the door off the one hinge, and it's just hanging by a thread. From here, it looks like most of the windows in the house have shattered. From a distance, not able to tell going in or out. But the windows all look to have been destroyed.
I would like to do a danger sense
Say again?
check. I would like to do a danger sense check.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Danger, Vivian Dreadbane. Danger. Much danger. All the danger.
But can I sense danger like close? Like I can sense like when an ambush is coming or anything
Okay.
like personal to me.
No, it's just more of a this is bad, very bad, all bad. No immediate threat that you can sense. But yeah, this what you're seeing is, you know that what's outside looks bad. You're getting the feeling that what you're going to find inside's even worse. It's enough to make the your stomach drop.
Well, I know we have to go inside and it won't be pretty, so everybody be on your guard.
Kunde has his bow out.
Can I get a bit of a marching order? Never thought I would ask for one in this game, but here we go.
Kunde's at the back.
Who's the first one through the door?
I'll be the first to the door, I guess.
I'll go
All right.
second.
That was Vivian goes second.
Yeah.
All right.
I went third.
Okay, makes sense. Brennan, as you head through the door, you carefully sidestep the hanging
Yeah.
door so that it doesn't, fall off the hinge and fall on you or your compatriots. The house inside, immediately you can see that the house inside looks like it's trashed. Tables are overturned. The carpeting that you can see so far is torn and bunched up. Various spots there are holes in the wall, and the windows look like, from what you can see, the couple of windows that you can see, they look like they've been shattered outward, because there's very little glass on the floor there. Yeah, it's and you see splotches of blood in various spots on the wall, on the floor, apparently some on the ceiling somehow. Dots of bits of blood.
Okay. I kind of point up to the list as I look and try to. Is there a direction that the blood is going? Like, can I tell like a trail maybe of if there's someone still in the room or maybe left the room?
No, because there is blood that seems to be leading down the hallway towards the back of the house, where there's both the library and then there's the kitchen off to the other side. There's the drawing room, and then there's a staircase going up the stairs, and you can see blood on the banister, blood on the wall.
Is there any blood heading to the room where the knife was?
There does seem to be blood going in that direction. Yes.
We head towards the dagger first to see if it's in there, or
I would say that's a good idea.
so I start heading that direction, keeping a lookout for anything or anyone.
Okay.
I kind of move silently as I'm going.
All right. Give me a dexterity check to see how well you move silently.
Okay. 21.
All right. Yeah, you make your way through the house. It was a little bit ahead of the group, moving silently. Once you get to the library, and like I said, you see there's blood splatter, all over, both in the drawing room and in the library. You note that the glass case that holds the dagger, it still seems to be completely sealed. The locking mechanism in place. Everything's completely in place. The dagger itself seems to be missing. You do note that there are. You do see stacks of open books on the table. And beyond that, there is, more blood going. Actually, something. Give me an intelligence check.
Yeah, 24.
24.
Yeah,
Is that a prime or non-prime?
non-prime.
Non-prime. Okay. No, that's still enough. You realize that blood, some of the blood that is tracked through here, seems to be coming from another room. Which you suspect maybe be the kitchen. As far as here, the only the oddities are the fact that there are books open on the table, and there are the dagger is completely missing.
A glance at the books. Does it look?
Okay. You note among the books there is a small notebook with handwritten notes.
It looks gibberish to me, or does it look like there's actual
Um,
legible notes?
actually, hold on a second. They do seem to be to you. They do seem to be a bit of gibberish. Actually, what languages can you speak?
Um,
So it's English and one. So you-
I don't know. I only have English down here.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it could be that you just speak English. That's fine. You do recognize that they seem to be written in Latin. That you're. I mean, you may not speak Latin, but you're able to.
Yeah.
I would say you're able to recognize Latin when you see it.
Bob, do you think you can read this?
Yeah, the professor looks at it and he kind of shrugs his head, and he's good at numbers. And so he's, Latin was never, his strong suit, but he takes a look at it and then glances over it. I guess he could try to read it based upon maybe some knowledge in the past of, some of his education. I don't know, Rob. Maybe.
This is a bit more than that. Yeah, you're this there is some serious Latin being written here. This isn't like little thing. Almost somebody was writing the journal in Latin.
Okay. So yeah, he looks up and says, "Yeah, this is beyond me right now. If it was, I could help you if it was calculus, but if it was not, I wouldn't be able to help you."
Do any of you speak Latin? All right. Well, you have a conundrum then. Where do you go next?
I was just thinking, what I could do is, oh, that probably wouldn't help. I was just saying, could I do, so I do have psychometry, which is object reading. This ability allows psionic to detect properties, history, and of an inanimate, non-living object that they touch. So it identifies the properties of, let's see. If it is successful, the mentalist divines 1 to 4 properties of the object in question. The read can be repeated to learn more, though that each subsequent attempts add 1 to the challenge
Okay,
level.
what do you want to try psychometry on?
The actual letter.
All right, I'm not even going to have you roll for it. What I'm going to tell you is Dana definitely wrote these. And yeah, these were they were thing there's a franticness to you feel a franticness to the handwriting, even though it's in Latin. But yeah, it's clear that she was writing these notes feverishly. You can sense that through it.
Okay. I let the group know this, but then I think the tracks seem to be leading to the kitchen. I'd suggest that we move towards the kitchen.
All right. Heading into the kitchen, you find a rather grisly sight. You find the remains of what appears to be, well, those of you who recognize who had the dream, you find the murder victim, and it appears to be the cook. laid out on the table, partially brutally murdered, partially devoured.
Can we see any type of what's the word I'm looking for? What devoured her? Or how she was devoured?
Oh, whatever it was, the bite marks don't look human. Whatever it was strong enough to bite into her and tear flesh away with in larger pieces than even a full on human bite would probably be able to. There's a jaggedness to the places where flesh was torn off.
Is she only devoured in certain places, or is she just random spots?
Random spots.
Okay.
Is there a door leading to a basement or something in here?
No, there is another one leading into a dining area.
The professor goes back into the other room where the note was and takes it. And
Okay.
then he attempts to use his clairvoyance to determine where the person is that actually wrote this currently, meaning the actual location.
Okay, I want you to give me an intelligence saving throw.
That is 19 prime.
You have a sudden splitting migraine. It for you try to concentrate through it for a bit, and you have to stop because it feels like your feels like your brain's about to explode.
But nothing else besides a migraine.
Nope. Actually, your skin crawls even worse. Whatever effect is going on around here, trying to probe into it made it worse. For you personally, anyway.
If he looks like he kind of starts to stagger from that, I'll grab him so he don't fall over.
Okay. Yeah, there is a door to the dining room, and then there's also another door that heads out to the hall, just the hallway going down the hall.
Is there anything else that we can see in the kitchen?
No, nothing strikes you as really interesting other than the ferocity and horror of this murder.
So the professor turns to Vivian and says, "Well, maybe this is the doors being off the house was not this creature coming in, but leaving, so that it may not it may no longer actually be here that did this, and it would
They'll
make
say that
sense. Miss Green was the one who actually did the murder. Maybe she is leaving and is no longer here on the premises."
I think it would still, be beneficial for us to check everywhere. We might find if she is no longer here, we might find evidence of where she has gone to, but we need to check everywhere in case she is hiding somewhere.
I agree. Professor starts heading towards the dining room.
Okay. In the dining room, you find the body of a maid. Just the not eaten, but murdered. Almost torn apart. It looks like not even the use of a blade, just killed by something not quite human.
Like claw marks? Do they
Claw
look like
marks,
claw marks?
and there are bite marks, but not for the purposes of like feeding. Just something to quickly dispose of, or we call it to quickly kill her.
Seeing the maid and then seeing the cook, I look over to, the professor, and I say, I'm now kind of worried for her butler. We haven't seen him either.
I agree. We should try to find the butler. And so then Professor goes back and then heads down towards the hallway.
Okay. You go down the hallway, and really all that's left is to go in terms of going upstairs.
Okay. He starts to head up the stairs.
Okay. Yeah, but as you get up the stairs, and the first room you enter, there is a you see basically a pair of legs kind of sticking out from beneath the bed of what appears to be the master bedroom. And there's a low moan that comes from whatever is further in from underneath the bed. A low pained moan.
Male or female legs?
The depth of it sounds male.
So Professor yells up to the group that there's someone still here alive, and hopefully we'll get the rest of the crew to come upstairs. And then as he hears hopefully everyone coming up, he bends down to take a peek underneath the bed.
It is definitely Peter. He looks to be in kind of pretty bad shape. One of the things that you notice when anyone else who enters the room is that, along with Peter kind of being somewhat hidden underneath the bed, there's a large wardrobe that looks to have been completely smashed.
Okay, so Professor asks Kunde if he can help him to pull Peter out from underneath the bed.
Kunde will help him.
So we bend down, and I grab one leg and kind of gestures to Kunde to grab the other one so that we can haul him out.
And so Kunde will grab the other leg and pull.
The two of you pull him out, and he's obviously been savagely beaten to within an inch of his life. Somehow he is still conscious, and as he looks at the two of you, he reaches up and he grabs you. Professor grabs you by your shirt. Says, "Something not of this world came upon her. No, is inside of her. It took her, dressed in its own clothes, and left. I tried to stop, to save her, but she called demonic things upon us. She knew it was coming. She told me it was coming. Before it took her, she told me tonight's the night and that she's the vessel. She said you could help her, please. She's like a daughter to me. She said midnight. She said she was so hours away. Said she left notes in the library." He gurgles, coughs, and falls unconscious.
That's not good.
No, no, not at all. We need to go find these notes in the library and quick.
Do we just leave him then?
Any of you have any medical training whatsoever?
Yes. So, actually, no, but I can actually use biokinetic healing.
Okay.
So I have that as a psionic power.
Well,
So
there we go.
yeah, so it gives me, let's see, I don't know where he's at, but I can basically, help him with healing. The amount of damage that may be healed by this ability is 1d4 per every 2 mentalist levels. So, so that would be 3d4.
Okay. Yeah, the healing at your and really honestly, it's not going to the amount's not going to matter so much. He does wake up and he says, "Oh, whatever you did, thank you. That helps. Please, the notes that she wrote notes. Have you found them?"
The professor looks at him and he goes, "We have. By the way, are you experienced in Latin?"
Funny you should mention that. Sometimes it helps being a good Catholic school lad. It's been a while, but we need to go get the notes. One of you did bring the notes with you, right?
The professor had one in his hand because he did the clairvoyance.
I'm going to have you have taken all of them just for expedience sake. you took what was a notebook, so you took the notebook. So here what the various notes tell you. The Ripper needs only one more soul before the chosen one can be sacrificed. Dana has now realized that she possesses the birthmark and that she is the chosen one. The ritual sacrifice of the chosen one must be performed at midnight at a major place of power. She suspects that the most likely place is a spot in a local public park that was constructed on the ruins of a dark temple in the 1800s, where a cult dedicated to the mad god Leviathan was said to gather and worship. It's a center of mystical convergence and the focal point for many supernatural activities. In the passage is a sketch of the mad god's mark, which matches the birthmark of the Ripper's chosen one. Further, Dana fears that if the ritual is completed, it will tear a small hole in reality that will allow Leviathan to begin the first stages of manifesting itself on Earth. It could begin the reckoning. Dana has come to realize the Ripper is inside her, attempting through the dagger to possess her. She feels that an exorcism is the only way to save her and defeat the Ripper. A successful exorcism would allow the dagger to be destroyed and end the entire problem. However, it also means that the Ripper's job is easier, for all it has to do is force her to commit suicide at midnight. If Dana can be exorcised, the demon will be banished for a millennium. If she dies before the exorcism is complete, the killings will only be put off for another 33 years. Let's see. Everybody give me a intelligence check. Hold on a second. Any of you do forbidden lore? Of course not. That would be too easy. Yes, everyone give me an intelligence check. What the hell? I'm not letting that stand in the way.
27 prime.
27 prime?
18 non-prime.
18 non-prime too.
17 non-prime.
As you're looking at the thing, you realize something about it gives you pause, and you realize that there might be a slight misinterpretation. You don't know much Latin, but something about the wording doesn't sound right. Yes, yes. Patrick to go over it again, or Peter to go over it again, and he realizes a mistake and says, excuse me. I'm sorry. It seems that the Ripper may kill the Chosen One at any time after midnight in order to arise. If Dana dies and the Ripper arises, its weakness is the dagger that served as its vessel for so long. While it is vulnerable somewhat to normal attacks, the dagger is the most potent weapon available for battling the monster. And then the last entry reads, I can't fight much longer. The dagger calls me. I have to get away from these notes before the words are hard. Before the Ripper wakes up within me and realizes I've left these clues behind. Have to hide these notes and warn Peter. So, you know where she's going to be. You know when she's going to be. What do you want to do about it?
Call Peter, then head that way.
Does anyone know how to do an exorcism?
I have not the slightest idea.
I do believe you normally need a priest for that sort of thing.
Anybody know a priest?
Your church, do you have a priest?
Yes.
Butler?
Go down to if you go down to St. Stephen's, 2 blocks down. Ask for Father O'Mallory. He should be able to help you there. You can tell him that I sent you.
So what will you do while we are gone?
Is like I guess I can go look at the rest of the books and see if there's anything. But as much as I hate touching anything of the occult, if there's anything that will help, I will bring it to you. But I also need to recover a little bit more. he's the healing helped, but he's still in bad shape.
Well, get some rest, heal up, and if you do find anything, do let us know as soon as possible.
By the way, Roger, thank you so much for the resubscription, 42 months. Thank you. And Stronghold D&D with the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, my friend. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and hope everyone else is enjoying the stream too. Okay, so you go and collect Father O'Mallory?
Yep.
Father O'Mallory comes around to just to make this quick. It comes around to in terms of believing you a lot quicker than you would have thought. Apparently, Peter may have shared some confessions that had some concerns in it. So he's though he doesn't admit to that because that would be wrong of him. You suspect that this is not her what I call it, Dana's obsession with the occult is not exactly news to him, and that things went wrong, and needing an exorcism does not surprise him. Thankfully, he has an interest in such stuff and comes along with you. So
yeah, head to the park.
All right. By the way, I'd like to point out that we do have a giveaway. We're actually giving away 2 $10 gift coupons for any digital product from the Troll Lord Games website. Right now, your chances of winning are really, really, really good. So exclamation point ticket to enter. Players, you are welcome to enter as well. Oh man. So yeah, you go to, you get yourselves set up at the at that park, and you kind of wait for time to go by, and it's interminable because you know that something's going to happen. You know it's going to be hellish, and you know that this is it. 10 minutes of at 11:50, 10 minutes before midnight, as you're sitting around, do you wait in a group, or do you like take positions around the park? I don't have a map for the park itself. We're going to this theater of mine, so you can either group up, or you can be in different groupings. The things I want to know is is anyone staying close to Father O'Mallory, and such. It's not a large park.
Are there trees?
Yeah, there are trees.
I'm in a tree.
Okay.
Knowing that we don't have a lot of time until midnight, I'm actually going to step forward, and even though I can't see the enemy, can I still taunt them? Just to get them to come out.
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, professor's going to be within maybe 100 feet of the statue.
Okay. All right. So about 10 minutes to midnight, there is a ripple of dark energy that goes through the air, giving each of you a chill. An inky black portal appears right at the center of the park, and out steps Dana. But she's not alone. You see 6 what best described as zombies, and 2 dogs, 2 hounds straight from hell itself, walking just behind her. Dana's hair has turned jet black. Her eyes glow an unearthly green color, and dark veins snake their way up her face. On her forehead, a faint mark is beginning to appear, a circle with 2 horn-like prongs coming off of it, the mark of the red god Ormdal. And as you watch, you realize that she has, she's carrying something in her arms, which she tosses to the ground, and you realize it is the bound unconscious, naked body of a blonde woman at her feet. And you realize that this will be the last victim. We're going to roll very, very important. For the first time, we're going to roll a very important initiative. We're going to do group initiative, though. Actually, no, we're not going to do group initiative. I for one specific reason, because I want to make sure that anyone who actually beats her in initiative gets a chance to try to do something. So I'd like you all to roll a D10. I don't know if any of you have an initiative modifier. I think the Zen
I have
Archer
bonus.
does, because you would have your bow already drawn.
Correct.
But otherwise, unless you have an initiative modifier specifically, just a straight up D10. Oh, and that's gonna be hard to beat.
So I rolled a 9. I gotta find where that. I know I have a plus to initiative. I just have to
okay.
find it.
Does anyone have a 10 besides Kunde? All right.
I do.
Well, all right. Anyone else on 9? So it is just Kunde and Brano.
So mine's 11
all
total.
right. Yeah. You're first to react. Go. What do you want to do?
Rapid shot,
Okay.
which is 3 shots.
Mm-hmm.
With my longbow. So let me see. First roll is a 26 total.
Okay, that's gonna hit.
Second roll is only a 12. And third roll is a 25.
All right, that is 2 hits. I need to check because her hit points vary. Okay. How much damage do you do?
Total of 15.
15.
An 8 and a 7.
All right. Bruno.
All right. I'm going to use a couple things. It'll ultimately be 3 shots. Shoot from the hip. Since I'm going before it, it says something about they don't get any bonuses. I don't know what that means for them, but all right. Let's see.
By the way, you don't need shoot from the hip is basically so. Or is that how you got the quick initiative to 10 or?
No, that's fast draw, and
Okay.
then the other one is I have to go before them to get this shot.
Okay. Because I would have figured you'd have your weapons. Shoot from the hip sounds like your weapons aren't drawn when you do that.
Well,
I could be wrong.
So it would be 15 to hit with that one.
Okay. 15 will miss.
All right. Am I within 30 feet?
Yes.
All right. That would be 21.
That's gonna hit.
And 19
That's also gonna hit.
to hit. All right. All right. The first hit would be 10 points of damage. The second hit is going to be 8 points of damage.
All right. Now I have to figure out exactly what happens because that's something that I did not quite account for being a possibility, or it did not exactly account for it being a possibility. Two arrows plunged itself into Dana, and her body also jerks as 2 bullets hit her. She falls to the ground, and there's a voice that seems to emanate from her, but not from her. It says, oh, she tastes so sweet. My destiny is at hand, and you've given it to me. You fools, if you think you can stop me, in the end I shall devour the world. At that point, the transformation begins to happen. The one that you saw in the dream as the creature arises. The Ripper demon itself has become manifest. And I have a question for you. Yeah, all right. Let's do this because she died. That would have been her move. Anyone on 8? 7. What would you like to do on 7?
I am gonna try to use my mental stun on the character.
On the demon? Ooh, that's going to be all right. Sure, go for it.
Making a charisma-based psychic attack roll, character fires a blast of psychic energy. So I think with that, I just use my charisma modifier and my bonus to hit,
Okay.
and that's probably not 11. That's not going to work.
That's not going to do it. That was on what, 7 or 6? All right, 6. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to Valerie's going to try to get herself kind of close enough to everyone within the group so that she can attempt to embolden them. She sort of straightens her clothing and flips her hair back a bit and says, all right, I've been in worse situations before. Let's just handle this right now. And so she's going to use her embolden to try
Okay.
to give everyone a bonus.
Okay. I have a quick question because I realize that
Yes.
we're at 2:00. How are you all on time?
I've only got probably 10 more minutes, unfortunately.
All right.
Yeah. Close, like 10 to 20.
What does embolden do?
So it gives my companions or followers within 30 feet of me a +1 to strength, constitution, dexterity, and intelligence saving throws, and a +2 to wisdom and charisma saving throws. And it lasts for 7 rounds.
Okay. So that and you were on 6?
Yes, that was round 6.
5.
I'm on
Viv-
5.
Me.
So you're both on 5?
Yeah.
Okay. I need you both to make a wisdom saving throw.
With the +2.
And the +2. Okay, yep, that was my next
By the way,
question.
you also have your fate points that nobody's been using. So feel free to use them.
Okay. 28.
29 non-prime.
And it's primed for me.
So you have an awful choice. Because I'm trying to find a way to end this quickly. So and here's the choice that you have to make. The next thing that the demon is going to do is do the final sacrifice, and right now you're probably not going to be able to stop it. However, there is a way to stop the final sacrifice, and that's to kill the victim yourself.
They
If
don't
they
know
don't
that
do it,
one.
we will.
It's an
Can I-
awful choice.
Can I throw one of my hand axes at its, I guess, if it's reaching out towards the victim or the next victim, can I throw my hand axe at it to kind of like surprise it a little bit or kind of stop him? That way the next person can
Can do what?
attack him or
Ye-
save the victim, save the next sacrifice.
So the problem you have here is this is a full on demon, and the only thing it needs to do is sacrifice the victim.
All right, can I throw my hand at the next can I throw my hand axe at the next sacrifice?
Go for it.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Rob. All right, that is going to be. It's 15 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
And that is max damage. 6 points of
Okay.
damage.
And Brennan.
I I guess I have to shoot her.
I mean, again, it's up to you. I'm not just.
Yeah, it's the good for the world.
Take a shot.
Okay. 23 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
And D- six damage.
The Ripper Demon looks up, stares at all of you, and says, "You've stolen it. You've stolen it from me. You've taken it. I have to wait. I don't want to wait. This should have been mine." And you can see that the portal is now starting to swirl. There are lightning effects coming from it. The hellhounds and zombies just seem to get sucked into it, and the demon itself starts fighting against the pole. And as it fights against the pole, you can see bits of it start to fall away until it dissolves in a pile of dust. The portal closes, and all that's left is a shattered dagger. And that's where we're going to end.
We saved the world.
I was like,
We did.
I needed a way to get through that because I didn't want to. Man, it's like I just realized, all right, that's going to take a lot more time. But
I remember my first. I was 9.
Oh boy. Anyway, I hope you've all have enjoyed this. It's a little slightly traumatic at the end, but you console yourselves in the knowledge that the victim was going to there was going to be much way for you to stop it, and most likely, considering this is a demon, probably saved her from a fate worse than death. Father O'Malley is quiet on the subject. He's the terror in his eyes at what he envisioned it was more than he was prepared for. Truly seeing it, thinking about the existence of demons is one thing. Truly seeing one is another thing altogether. And with that, we conclude today's session. I want to thank my players. You've all been awesome today. I do hope you've had. I do hope you've enjoyed this.
I did. I
And
enjoyed it.
Awesome.
there are additional parts to this story. So maybe at some point we can. There's more chapters to the overall story arc, not just this particular section. But this was part one of the deeper Dark trilogy. The 3 adventures I think are supposed to be loosely tied together. So
Nice.
once again, we do have a giveaway, and we are giving away 2 gift cards for Troller Games. Again, your chances of winning are pretty good. There should be more of you entering this. It's like it's free stuff, people. There's free TTRPG stuff, and again, my players, you are more than welcome to enter the giveaway. As far as what is next, I will be streaming at some point this Thursday. I will be on Guild Superior on Tuesday night for a session another session of Castles and Crusades to finish the story arc that I was played in for. They were kind enough to invite me for my birthday last week, this past week, and we're concluding it on Tuesday. That is at 8:30 Eastern. Any of you have anything you want to shout? You want to do? Terry, Evelyn, thank you so much for joining. I know you guys are busy. I can never get enough playing with the two of you. And I'm glad to be able to run something for you. I'm glad you were able to play, and we will find more stuff to play together. There's all the games, all of them.
Truth.
Chris and Keisha, it was so good to meet you at GaryCon, and I'm glad we got to play another game together. And your first time playing streaming, so awesome, great job. Doc,
Thank you.
As always a pleasure to have you. And we again, Friday Night Crusades. We could always use that rogue.
No, I know. We gotta get another session for the CNC.
Yeah, we have to look towards Virtual GreyhawkCon is going to be here before we know it as well. And we have to figure out what we're doing for that. So, and then I have to find ways to get Coco into a game because she's everywhere, man, and not enough here. Got to get her more on.
No, so many games.
She could be part of the Sunder group of the Sunder Shield.
Oh,
The problem is it has to be. We have to make. I have to make sure that's on her off week for Stronghold, because she's got her Stronghold D&D games. So
got like 3 games in 1 week.
yeah, she was every other Sunday. So we'll just have to plan for the off weeks.
It's now every other Sunday, every other Wednesday, and every other Thursday.
I'm more worried about the Sundays.
The Sunday. Okay.
That's the big one. All right. In that case, we can go to stream ending, and I will do the giveaway. You have until another minute to enter the giveaway, ! Ticket to enter. I'm really happy that I did decide to go and get the this old school, really like the overlay package. I did that on a whim last night. I was like, what I have doesn't really fit this adventure. It's 1939. let's go find something that's fitting in 1939. And then the fact that the Amazing Adventures logo is in black and white as well is awesome. All right. So the giveaway, closing the giveaway now. I'm gonna draw first winner, Trishy Wishy. That's we call it, I believe a completely new follower. Awesome. And Fried Waffle Live. All right. Nice. I will get with the two of you. If you're still on, if you're in Discord, you can message me at PhantomNJ on Discord. Otherwise, if you don't have a Discord account, just let me know, and I can send it to you via Twitch. Just let me know what you want to do. And once again, thank you, everyone, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. My players, thank you once again, and have a fantastic day. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.